second MAFIS conference. So before that, allow me to read his profile first. So Dr. Ildis Rafikov is Vice President of Research at the Maqasid Institute. He holds a PhD from ISTAC-IIUM in Philosophy, Ethics, and Contemporary Issues with a special interest in Islamic economics, banking, and finance. He also holds a Chartered Islamic Finance Professional degree in Islamic Banking and Finance from the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, or INCEIF, Kuala Lumpur, and a bachelor's degree in Communications from IIUM. Dr. Ildis Rafikov has written and published a number of academic articles in index and non-index journals on economic methodology, speculation, scarcity, sustainability, financial crisis, banking and finance, monetary policy, awqaf, reform in education from historical and contemporary perspectives. So please welcome Dr. Ildis Rafikov. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fina. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبع بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Dear Professor Jasser Oda, founding chairman of the Maqasid Institute and distinguished visiting professor at ISTAC-IIUM, Dr. Zaid Barzanji, president of the Maqasid Institute and the chair of this conference, Professor Hazizan Mohammed Noon, dean of ISTAC-IIUM, Professor Rasmet Adila, vice dean for research and innovation, Universitas Juanda, Bogor, Indonesia. Associate Professor Dr. Hamdrati Dwi Mulyangsi, founder and chairperson of the Research Synergy Foundation. Associate Professor Dr. Khairil Husseini bin Jamil, Deputy Dean of ISTAC-IIUM. Dr. Noor Al-Ain Norman, chairperson of the Seminar and Intellectual Resource Committee at ISTAC-IIUM. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I greet you all with the greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the second International Conference on Maqasid Al-Wahy and the Future of Interdisciplinary Scientific Research. It's a privilege to open this gathering, and I want to begin where I should begin with, of course, by thanking our collaborators, the Research Synergy Foundation and their excellent team in Indonesia, for all the work that made this event possible. And in particular, I'd like to thank Ms. Santi Rahmawati, founder and chief operating officer, and our MC today, Ms. Fina Zafaria, managing director of Scholarvein, and also to a big thank you to our co-organizers at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, ISTAC-IIUM, which is an institution which is close to my heart, and particularly to Associate Professor Dr. Khairil Husseini and Dr. Noor Al-Ain. And also, of course, a big thank you to all our session chairs, our presenters, and to every one of you who has joined us from around the world. May Allah bless you all, and Jazakumullahu khairan. Now, just a few words about the conference itself. As you know, this is our second gathering, and its purpose is to advance the concept of Maqasid Al-Wahy, or the purposes of the revelation, in relation to science and research. And this year's theme is Operationalizing Tawhidic Teleological Methodologies for the Islamic Human-Acquired Sciences. Last year, we began talking about Maqasid Al-Wahy, which is a concept still largely unfamiliar to researchers in Islamic studies. Many of us are familiar, we are at home with the theory of Maqasid al-Sharia, which is a well-developed theory that came to us in the 21st century across a long line of scholars across centuries. Yes, it's a well-established tradition, but it's largely a theory of jurisprudence. It concerns the purposes of Islamic law. Maqasid al-Wahy is not here to replace the Maqasid al-Sharia theory, and it does not compete with it. Our aim is narrower and I think more useful, to establish the Maqasid al-Wahy as an analytical category and I think I need to underline that, to establish Maqasid al-Wahy as an analytical category, that one that studies the purposefulness of revelation as a whole in an interconnected and holistic manner. Last year's conference showed that the concept has gained traction. It drew presenters and participants from more than 20 countries, just like this year. And this year we go a step further. We present the idea not only as a conceptual framework or an analytical category, but as a practical approach to real phenomena. Which is basically by we're trying to imagine how to operationalize the Tawhidic epistemology across the sciences from a purpose-oriented or Maqasidi perspective. Allow me just a a few words about the institution I represent, because it bears on why this conference exists at all. At the Maqasid Institute, Maqasid al-Wahy is not one research interest among several. It's a frame within which we organize our work in education and in research. In my own portfolio as Vice President for Research, that means taking the purposes of revelation as the starting point for the transdisciplinary inquiry. And again, I want to underline the word transdisciplinary. And this is where we look into economic phenomena from a holistic perspective, into educational curricula and pedagogy and the philosophy underlying all of that, and into psychology, and also into inshallah. I mentioned this here only to say that we take the concept seriously enough to build our programs around this concept, Maqasid al-Wahy. So inshallah, over today and tomorrow, we will hear keynote addresses and presentations from participants who share conviction that the Book of Allah bears on the theory and on practice alike. The topics before us range widely, really, on education and philosophy, on tafsir studies and history and family life and psychology, knowledge ecosystems, economic policy and Islamic finance, and questions as concrete as even the sanitation of mosques. That range really is not like a focus, it's really is the point, to be looking at this concept, Maqasid al-Wahy, from these many perspectives. So with that, I look forward to 2 days of thoughtful and rigorous discussion conducted with respect and directed toward the higher purposes of the revelation. Welcome once again to the second Maqasid al-Wahy conference. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So back to you, Ms. Fina.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Rafiqah, for your endless support at this international conference. So it really means a lot to the organizing committee. So right now, we'd like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih as the co-conference chair of the second MAFIS and a founder and chairperson of Research Foundation to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Ildus Rafiqah for his opening speech for today's conference.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vina. First of all, I would like to say thank you to all the organizers and also especially for Dr. Ildus for your support and your collaborations, and all of the colleagues from Maqasid Institute. Thank you so much. We do hope that this collaboration will be extended into in the future, and we do hope it has a lot of barakah for all of us here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so once again, thank you to Dr. Hendrati and also Dr. Ildus Rafiqah. So moving on to the next agenda, we'd like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih, SAMM, as the co-conference chair of the second MAFIS and also as the founder and chairperson of Research Synergy Foundation to give the introduction to global research ecosystem. But before that, allow me to read her profile first. So Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih has shown great commitment on creating global network and research ecosystem which has been developing since 2017 up to the present and having increasing number of the member up to more than 45,000 from all around the globe. Thus, her work in this area has made her as the nominee of Impactful Leadership Awards from Tolberg Foundation Sweden 2024. As a lecturer, she has been working in the university since 2008, at present in Indonesia as assistant professor, and she holds her doctoral science of management, graduated from School of Business and Management, Institute of Technology, Bandung. Her research expertise are in social entrepreneurship, social innovations, and knowledge management. In addition, she has published book chapters, research papers, and contemporary scientific articles in Springer, Emerald, Taylor and Francis, and in many reputable international publishers and journals. As a researcher, her work, studies, and research on this research field made her be invited as reviewer in many reputable Scopus and WS Index journals and as keynote speaker in many international conferences in Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, Japan, and the US. The terrific association between her professional experiences as researcher, lecturer, and the certified trainer and coach, combined with her wider horizon on networking in the research area, made her establish the strong commitment on having global learning platform to accelerate knowledge through many workshops and research coaching in Research Synergy Institute as one of RSF support system. So please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Vina, for the opportunity and also for the time. And first of all, I would like to say thank you to all of the organizers and also all of the participants that already been here and all of the supporting institutions that already support us here, especially for the keynote speaker, reviewers, and also for the session chairs. Okay, I would like to share the screen regarding with the Research Synergy Foundation actually, since we are here as the main support system of this conference, and I would like to introduce about our journey in our 8 years, and it's been already 8 years, and for the MAFIS itself, we have already in the second years for the collaborations, and we welcome and also thanks to all of the participants. We can see that there are diversity for the participations. It's more than 300 participants because it is recorded in our system, in our web community platform. And then it is also will be present 25 presenters. And then all of the participants is come from 24 countries. And then they are also from 15 institutions. And then there are also scientific community support. It's called reviewers that they are our support system regarding with how we are upholding the integrity of our scientific process. And it is supported by more than 25 global scientific reviewers because we have a double-blind review, and then they will support to review all of the papers, and then it will be their really great effort, and also we do appreciate for their time and effort for that. And then we are also having 3 keynote speakers, and thank you so much for all of the keynote speakers and our honorable keynote speaker and professors, and also will be supported by 3 session chairs from our network and also from this support university in this conference. And then for the publications, we are supported mainly with our reputable publishing platforms. We have publishing house. It's called Research Synergy Press, and it is having 22 peer review international journals, and also we are officially collaborate with F1000 Research, with the Taylor and Francis, and we are official gateway in F1000 Research, and also we are also having Emerald Publishing as the official partner for our publishing. Okay. Yeah, And then let me introduce regarding with our platforms and also our foundations. We are a global digital social enterprise platform actually, and we are trying to developing a global research ecosystem and then to empower outstanding scholar worldwide. And our members is not just only from the academician actually, but they come from governments and also come from the industry. And they are the researcher that, for example, as a government, the researcher for government, mostly they are also having kind of a path, or I mean like a pattern how they can decide the policy and etc. And then they go through the research, and then they are also having collaboration, and we have a regular conference with the industry also and also the government. And up to now, we have more than 45 global scholars that are already being members or participated in all of our programs through all of our support system. And then this is our global research ecosystem. Why we call it ecosystem? Because we have 5 support system already. And this conference is mainly supported by Scholarvein, and Ms. Vina is the managing director of it. And up to now, we have more than 21,000 members or I mean like participants that already participated since 2017. And then to upholding the integrity of our all of the scientific process, we are supported by more than 2,000. Up to now, we have maybe 3,000, yeah, because we are not updated yet in this infographics. 3,000 scientific reviewer, because we have a regular call for reviewer to support our ecosystem. And they are come from many countries, institutions, and also research field. And then to upholding also the quality of the publications. And then since our stakeholder is not just only the author that would like to publish in some reputable indexed journal, but we are also having our another stakeholder is called it publishing house, as like Tell and Francis, Emerald, Springer, and etc. So that's why we are creating our learning platform. It's called it Research Synergy Institute. This is the aim and goals of this platform is how we can minimize the gap between author capacity and also the editor requirement. We try to minimize that gap and then to increase the eligibility of the publication quality of the authors that already join in our program as like a workshop and also like coaching, research coaching, and etc. And then the fourth support system is called Research Synergy Press. This is our publishing house. Up to now, we have 22 peer-review indexed international journal that already indexed in some reputable indexers. And we will more to come. In next 2027, we will have 3 more international journals. We collaborate with another institutions and also with the university and also associations. And then the last but not the least, our support system is called Global Research Community Platform. This platform is one of the supporting platform, especially for this conference, for the post-conference communication. Since we are only having maybe 10 or 15 minutes for the presenters to present and discuss with the session chairs and also with the attendees. So we made an extended communication into another room. It's called Global Research Community Platform. So over there, you can join a kind of research collaboration and etc. You can share your idea and etc. And then you can invite all of the participants or the members that have the same interest with you, or maybe in the future you will have some kind of another insight, a wider horizon regarding with the like primary data from the quantitative, maybe from another country and etc. So I think this is a really good opportunity to all of you to join to our fifth support system is called Global Research Community Platform. So Ms. Vina is already mentioning regarding with the link of it, and then please join that there, and then we will see each other and contact each other with another members. Up to now, we have more than 5,000 up to now. 5,000 scholars that are joined in this platform. And for the attendees of this conference, is mostly is also come from this platform. Okay, so as we know that this conference, I can see there are professors as the keynote speakers, and also I can see also all of the session chair having a really good portfolio regarding with the publication and etc. So this is a good combination between professors and also the young scholars, or I mean like early career researchers, to having like collaboration, discussion, or fruitful discussion in this conference. So all this conference is not just only conference wise that I can say that, see, this is like a grand networking also, because it is not just only call for the presenters, but we are also having like a path for the researcher here to being recognized globally. So we are always having like call for attendee, call for presenters, call for reviewers, call for session chair, and call for keynote speaker. So everyone here have the equal opportunity to become our keynote speaker, session chair, reviewer, presenters, or attendee. So please welcome to all of you and get all of this value to all of you to maybe to support your career in your research. And then this is one of our programs. I call it programs because these programs, I call it co-creation programs. And then the objective of these programs is impact-driven activities. It's already happened since 2025, actually. We have 3 conferences that having a full package of activities, and it will have impact to the organization as like a university, since they should have fulfill their KPI, key performance indicators, regarding with the internationalization and etc. So in this conference, for example, and Professor Rasmita Dila is one of our keynote speaker here, is also the conference chair of this conference and the host of this conference. And we invite to all of you to become the co-host of our conference, because we will have international conference, international collaborations with more than 10 countries, and then international academic sharing sessions, and it will be held in Sinawatra University. And also there are international company visit and international community service, and also involving the student with the international student mobility program. And within this program is also culture immersions. And then we have another program also regarding with this the same like co-creation value programs. It's called Thailand Halal Assembly. It will be held in Thailand with the Chulalongkorn University, and it is already conducted in our 6 years. And then we do hope that all of you can join in our programs, our conference, because this conference is triple helix conference, because we are involving the industry, academicians, and also governments. They become one like the ecosystem that have their own rule, each of rule. So that's why we call it co-creation programs, because they involving all of that helixes, and then they will gather in one occasion or one event. So please welcome to all of you if you would like to become the co-host, and also you become the presenter, attendee, and also our session chair is welcome to all of you. And then this is our platform of our publishing house. And you can see here there are 22 international journals and already indexed in some reputable indexer. This is our achievement of our platform. There are 8 reputable indexer, and 5 of them already being submitted into Scopus and Web of Science. And then the most important one is the impact of the publication itself. So that's why we are already recorded in more than 400 university database. It means our journal is already visible in more than 400 university database, as like Hollis from the Harvard Library, Stanford University Library, and etc. And then this is our official partners in our publishing. We are already official partner partnering with Telo and Francis, and we become one of the official gateway in F1000 research. It is Scopus Q1. And then also we are official partners since 2020 with the Emerald. And then this is our portfolio in our official gateway of F1000 research. There are more than 200 articles that come from conference, coaching, and also some of our activities or programs. And then because as the art history, we should make a kind of program to minimize the gap between editorial requirement in F1000 research and also the author capacity. And it is already indexed in Scopus Q1 because this is open science platform. And for the art and humanity Q1 and social science in Q2. And this is our global pattern, but it is not all of it because it's more to come because we have more than it's almost 400. Yeah, I don't remember each of it because we have ongoing MOU and also discussion regarding with the programs. And everyone here, please welcome if you would like to collaborate with us, and we will support to all of you through our support system. Please don't be hesitant to contact our team and then join to our Research Synergy Foundation community platform to contact each other, to keep in touch with us, and then get in touch with our Research Synergy team. Thank you so much for your time to listening our journey in our 8 years. And I would like to say thank you to all of you here. Come back to Miss Fina. Thank you, Miss Fina.
All right, thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih, for your support at this international conference and the comprehensive introduction to the global research ecosystem. So, as a token of appreciation from the organizing committee of the second MAFIS, we would like to give a token of appreciation and would like to invite Dr. Ildus Rafikov to give a token of appreciation to Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih for her support at this international conference.
Well, as always, thank you very much, Dr. Hendrati. I mean, this is as always really a pleasure to be collaborating with RSF and with you. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate all the work, all the hard work of yours and your colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah. You're most welcome, Prof. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so once again, thank you to Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih and Dr. Ildus Rafikov. So before we continue to the next agenda of the second MAFIS, we will have a group conference photo session. So for all the participants or distinguished participants and attendees of the second MAFIS, without further ado, now we will move on to our agenda today, which is the keynote speaker session. So today we will have two keynote speakers who are the experts in their field, and the keynote speaker sessions will be moderated by Ms. Santi Rahmawati. So before Ms. Santi Rahmawati moderate and then lead you to the keynote speaker session, allow us to read her profile first. Susanti is a founder and Chief of Operating Officer of the Research Synergy Foundation, or RSF. She is actively engaged with scholars around the world for strengthening the global research ecosystem. As the director of Scholarvein, she creates, maintains, and develops the integrated system for managing international scientific conference and forums since 2017 up to 2025, and already give benefit to more than 16,000 participants coming from 87 countries. With the combination of engineering and management science educational background, she has built the optimum workflow for scholars to contribute more to the society and humanities. Santi holds her bachelor's degree of industrial engineering from Universitas Indonesia. Furthermore, she had received her Master of Science Management, focusing on entrepreneurship and technology management from Institut Teknologi Bandung in 2015. Santi has appointed as a gateway advisor in F1000 Research Corpus Q1. She has already been an editor of 3 published books, both published by Routledge, Taylor and Francis, and a reviewer in many reputable international journals, an author and co-authored multiple international research articles and book chapters. So from now on, I will pass the session to be led by Ms. Santi.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Vina, for having introductions of me. Thank you so much. And now we go to the keynote speaker sessions. And currently in this day 1 of the second MAFIS, so we have 2 keynote speakers as mentioned earlier by Ms. Vina. So the first one is going to be Professor Dr. Jasser Auda as the founding chairman of the Maqasid Institute and also the distinguished visiting professor at the ISTAC-IIUM. And then after Professor Jasser delivering the keynote speech, so we will continue to the next keynote speaker as the Dean of the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization at IIUM, Professor Dr. Hazizan Nun. So before that, so let us go with the first keynote speaker from the Professor Dr. Jasser Auda. But before Professor Dr. Jasser Auda delivering his keynote speech, allow me to read his profile first. Professor Jasser Auda is a scholar of Islam and a founder of the Maqasid Institute. So his latest contribution is a new Maqasid methodology that aims to bring about a restructuring of Islamic scholarship around a complex network of the higher objective, or the Maqasid of the Quran and prophetic traditions. And also he has a PhD in the philosophy of Islamic law from the University of Wales, UK, and PhD in system analysis from the University of Waterloo. So he has held also professional positions at the University of Waterloo, Ryerson, and also Carleton in Canada, Alexandria University in Egypt, Faculty of Islamic Studies in Qatar, American University of Sharjah in UAE, and also University of Brunei Darussalam in Brunei. And he continues to lecture on Islam and also its law internationally, and has written at least 25 books in Arabic and also English, and some of which have been translated into 30 languages. All right, so Professor Jasser Auda is going to join through us through the recording. However, we do still require to all of you, if you have any questions from his speech, please do not hesitate to drop the question in the Zoom chat box, and then we will pass it to Professor Jasser so he can answer your questions later on. Okay, thank you so much. And please kindly for the committee to share the keynote speech from Professor Jasser Auda.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أسعد خلقه وخاتم رسله محمد صلى الله عليه وآله، ورضي الله عن المهاجرين والأنصار ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. ثم أما بعد. I am very happy that MAFIS is going year after year, and I am so grateful for our brothers and sisters at IIUM, the ISTAC, especially our dean, who is going to be speaking in the same session, Prof. Hazizan, and deputy deans for their hard work on this. And of course, I'm grateful to Maqasid Institute, my dear brother, Dr. Zaid Barzinji, who is now the president of Maqasid Institute, and his vice presidents, Dr. Ildous, Rafiqov, and Ustadha Hiba Abdul Jawad and Dr. Basma Abdul Ghaffar, and how Maqasid Institute is developing and finding a niche in academia and contributing, mashallah, to the thought. It's a project, as many of you would know, that I founded proudly, alhamdulillah, many years ago. And that, alhamdulillah, the current team is going ahead with good steps, alhamdulillah, especially on the academic front. So I am very happy to contribute to any research synergy between the Maqasid Institute and IIUM. Both are very dear institutions. I'm speaking to you here from IIUM, from ISTAC particularly, and I am happy to contribute some ideas as keynote. I chose to focus today on التفسير المقاصدي. And yes, it is an individual project that I personally pursued over the past 10 years to write a tafsir of the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Arabic originally from the beginning to the end. But this tafsir, this humble contribution that I try to make as a researcher and a scholar, is actually at the very core of the same mission of Maqasid Al-Wahy and the future of interdisciplinary scientific research, as we put it in the title of the conference. Because Maqasid Al-Wahy are the maqasid of the Quran and the Sunnah of Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam. There is so much literature in the past and in the present on them, but it is always important to go back to the Book of Allah and look for Maqasid Al-Wahy anew and develop the network of meanings that form the foundation of any thinking based on Maqasid Al-Wahy. And I will, inshallah, explain how I try to do that through the Tafsir al-Maqasidi. And I call researchers and students and scholars alike to tap into this book and, inshallah, critique, of course, and build on some of the ideas that I try to present that is at the core of this project. Also, it is very important to go back to the Book of Allah, scientific research. And I mean by science here, I mean the wider sense of science, al-ilm, yani, not just science in the natural sciences disciplines kind of classification, but science as in thought, human thought, whether we're talking about social sciences, humanities, applied sciences, or natural sciences. The future of interdisciplinary research cannot be based on an Islamic background, an Islamic basically approach, unless we go back to the Book of Allah and the Sunnah of His Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam and study in detail and therefore bring ideas. The Quran is not a book of engineering or history. It's not a book of agriculture or psychology. It's not a book even of history or language, but it teaches us how to think about history, how to think about psychology, how to think about language. What is the definition of the human that is going to be at the center of medical sciences and anthropological and archaeological sciences, and history is going to be at the center of any economic theory or project? The human. How do you define the human? And how do you define the welfare of the human? All of this is in the Book of Allah. So if I may share some of the slides that are actually about the Book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and this research that I personally pursued. The title is كشف المنظومات من مقاصد السور والآيات, uncovering systems from the purposes of ayahs and surahs. And I consider this uncovering of the systems, whether in the sense of exploring the maqasid of the Quran or in the sense of removing the hegemonic unfair systems, hegemonic tyrannical systems via the Islamic intellectual struggle, whether in this sense or that sense, I consider this to be a form of jihad and a form of fiqh, al-jihad al-fiqhi, Jihad is not only the military action that armies of states and resistance movements pursue. It is also actually the intellectual jihad, how we approach issues, what is our worldview. That is a jihad that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asked us to do clearly in the Quran. فَلَا تُطِعِ الْكَافِرِينَ وَجَاهِدْهُمْ بِهِ جِهَادًا كَبِيرًا. Then do jihad with the Quran, a big jihad, a large jihad, a great jihad. That is what we're trying to do. And this humble book falls in 8 volumes. Alhamdulillah, it's under print, coming out soon. Pray for us for this project, inshallah, to actually materialize. And I am very happy and grateful to announce that the co-publishers of this Tafsir Maqasidi in the Arabic version is the Maqasid Institute for the Studies of the Quran, which is actually an offshoot and a byproduct and a project of the Maqasid Institute Global itself. But it is now taking shape as a separate organization in Canada, in Malaysia, and so on, just focusing on the Tafsir al-Maqasidi project as one of the projects of the Maqasid Institute, in collaboration with Risto Foundation, Nashr al-Quran, which is the organization that prints Mus'haf Malaysia in Malaysia and is an organization that has a history of printing Mus'hafs and tafsirs in Malaysia. In addition, obviously, to a co-publisher of IIUM, ISTAC Publications. I am very proud as a professor fellow of ISTAC-IIUM to collaborate with ISTAC-IIUM in printing the Arabic version of the Maqasid Institute. The English version is also under printing, inshallah, and perhaps you hear about volume 1 soon being launched in Malaysia. All that is in collaboration with CICW, the Center for Islam in the Contemporary World in Shenandoah University. I am very grateful to their support, and especially to the memory of my dear friend, Dr. Yaqub Mirza, who was the chair of CICW, rahimahullah. I'm very grateful to the Mirza family and to the director of CICW, Dr. Irmin Sinanovic, for continuing the help that they offer in order for the English version to see the light, inshallah, in the next few months. I'm grateful to Maqasid Institute Global as a co-publisher of the English version, as well as the Risto Foundation, Nashr al-Quran, for the English version, as well as USIM, the prominent university in Selangor, Malaysia, as also a partner. I'm grateful to USIM as well as a partner in the Malay translation that is also underway. So if we get to the purpose of the Tafsir al-Maqasidi, it is actually a contemporary derivation of a network of Quranic maqasid, contributing to the reconstruction of the hegemonic systems toward achieving the purposes of the Quran. So to derive a network, and I will explain a number of elements and parameters of driving this network, and the reconstruction. There is a difference between demolition, between destroying, between deconstruction and reconstruction. To reconstruct is not to destroy, but to enhance the positive elements and to decline and destroy the negative elements of the hegemonic systems. The systems we are living under, economically, politically, culturally, intellectually, and first of all, of course, the systems of faith, are not all evil. There are some positive senses there, and there are some positive elements, some positive phenomena that we need to study well and contribute to and enlarge and enhance and develop. And there are negative phenomena and negative sides and falsehood in the systems we are living under. And the purpose here, through the purposes of the Quran, through the maqasid of the Quran, Maqasid Al-Wahy, because obviously this is Quran and Sunnah in this tafsir, Maqasid Al-Wahy, we are supposed to reconstruct this. If I may attempt to explain how this tafsir maqasidi, in way of introduction for those who have not read the experimental edition so far, for those who are not familiar with Tafsir al-Maqasidi, let me look at sectional maqasid, methodological maqasid, and thematic maqasid. Quickly, in the time allowed today, sectional maqasid. Maqasid are not just maqasid al-sharia, حفظ الدين والنفس والعقل والمال والعرض, as in darurat, and then hajiyat and tahsiniyat. This is maqasid al-sharia. This is a small part of the maqasid of the Quran, the maqasid of Islam. These are very important for the legalistic thinking and juridical ijtihad. But if you are going to have ijtihad and fiqh in the wider sense, the حفظ الدين والنفس والعقل والمال والعرض and حاجيات and تحسينيات in that hierarchy is not enough. They would not be enough for the worldview that we need to build and the steps of methodology that I will explain, inshallah, as we go. And therefore, we have to explore maqasid from Al-Wahy, the Quran, and the bayan, the illustration of the Quran from Sunnah Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Maqasid of the entire Quran. Why the Quran? The maqasid of the entire Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, from the beginning to the end, is telling us about it. Hudan lil muttaqeen. This is al-huda, the guidance, al-taqwa. لقد أرسلنا رسلنا بالبينات وأنزلنا معهم الكتاب والميزان ليقوم الناس بالقسط. Allah sent the books so that people could establish justice. That is a maqsid of the entire Quran. Obviously, the maqsid of Tawheed or Iman, Iman billah subhanahu wa ta'ala, ad-da'wa ila Allah, al-khair, the good, the maqasid of establishing the ummah of believers as an ummah that witnesses over others, and that an ummah that enjoins good and forbids evil. The maqasid of the entire Quran, of the preservation of the environment, to speak in a modern language, or basically the amana, the trust of the earth, to speak in the Quranic terms, the trust. We are a Khalifa in the sense of being a successor on earth. Why? So that we rectify and reform as much as we can, and we avoid the evil and combat evil as much as we can. The entire Quran aims at forming that ummah that makes these contributions to the earth and to humanity in general. The entire Quran aims at teaching us many, many lessons about history and about economics and about politics, and teaching us so many things that, inshallah, some of the highlights I will discuss today. And then there are maqasid for groups of surah. Why do we group surahs? Because the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam grouped surahs. He grouped Al-Baqarah and Al-Imran in many of the hadith, saying that they are one unit that will come in the hereafter and defend their memorizer, not just memorizer, the person who worked with them and internalized them. Memorization is not just to utter the Arabic word, but to internalize. Al-hifz. Al-hifz is to preserve and to keep in your chest. بل هو آيات بينات في صدور الذين أوتوا العلم. Allah said that the ayat and the signs are in the chests of those who have knowledge. So groups of surah, Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam talked in the hadith about Dawati Alif Lam Ra. Everything that starts with Alif Lam Ra is a member of a group of surahs. He talked about At-Tuwal, the first 7 longer surahs. There is a unit here. Al-Ma'in, the surahs that are close to 100 ayahs. This is another block. Al-Mathani, the surahs after Al-Ma'in that are shorter. Al-Mufassal, the shorter ones from Qaf to the end. The last, I think 64, 65 surahs all the way to the end. These ones have a maqsid, have a purpose of their own. The groups that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam talked about al-hawamim, everything that starts with hamim. If you put all of them together, then we start to look at the maqasid of these surahs. Maqsid of one surah, where is the surah taking us? Yes, there is a tafsir al-mawdu'i, the thematic tafsir that suggests a theme, a general theme for the surah. This is different from a tafsir al-maqasid that does not suggest a general theme, but a general purpose. There's a difference between the theme and the purpose. The theme is the topic, is the main issue that the surah dealt with, but the tafsir al-Maqasidi suggests a purpose, an objective, a goal, an end that the surah is aiming to achieve. Is this definite? No. Is this something that the researcher like me could claim that is Muradullah, what Allah intended? Of course not. Nobody knows what Allah intends with the surah, but we study the surah this way and try to suggest one or more general purposes for the surah for the sake of us using the surah to build thought and build research and build what the title of this conference is talking about, interdisciplinary scientific research. Maqsad of one ayah, why this ayah? And why is the ayah repeated? And why is the ayah here and not here? And why is the ayah ends here and begins here? Maqasid of the ayah, many divisions under that. I will get to that. Maqasid of the paragraph in the surah, the sentences in the surah, maqasid of the words, why this word and why is the word repeated, and how come this word and not that word, and how come there are variations of some of the words based on the qira'at, based on the readings that the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam read. And Arabic is like that. You can read Maliki Yawmuddin and you can read Maliki Yawmuddin, and you don't have to write as we write in English, Malik / Malik, or Malik and between brackets Malik. No, you just write Mim, Lam, Kaf. And in Arabic, when you read, you could add an alif and you say Malik, and you could not add an alif and you say Malik. And both are Arabic and both are qira'ah that the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam read. Yes, you can read Malak, which is an angel, but Nabi did not say Malak for the Mim, Lam, Kaf, and therefore we don't read Malak. Can we read Malak in Arabic? Yes, but can we read Malak Yawmuddin as a Quran? No, because the qira'at are after Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, not something we come up with based on the letters. The maqasid of the Arabic letters and sounds, this is also very important in the nature of the maqasid. Methodological dimensions, we can talk about the logic that I took as an approach to this research. We can talk about knowledge, reality, and scholarship, which is, in my view, the alternative of using the Greek philosophy division of philosophical questions, as in ontology and epistemology and metaphysics and axiology and so on. I prefer to look at ilm, knowledge, reality, waqi', scholarship, fiqh, research and thought approach. We need to take an approach that does not fall in the drawbacks that we have in the thought schools of today, Islamic schools. Methodological maqasid and research steps. I will stop at this for a little while to give you some details on what are the research steps that we can follow if we are going to benefit from a tafsir al-Maqasidi for our research, since this is a conference that, mashallah, has many researchers and research endeavors explained. And therefore, we have to come from our own classification of knowledge as Muslims. We cannot build on the positive or the secular classification of knowledge that is not going to serve the agenda and the objectives we have. And therefore, we aim at certain strategic changes by taking these approaches. And this is different from what you find in Ulum al-Quran. Ulum al-Quran is very important, but they are part of the Maqasid methodology and the tafsir methodology in general. They are not the only methodology of the tafsir. And therefore, if you look at the thematic dimensions of that tafsir, you can look at usuli studies, disciplinary studies, but in the sense of reconstruction, not in the sense of apologizing for the disciplines. You can look at phenomena studies in the sense of trying to deal with the lived reality through the Quran. And we can look at strategic studies for the Ummah and for the states that form the Ummah, minorities or majorities, and for organizations. How can a tafsir help change the reality into a better reality? And therefore, our reconstruction here is to move from disciplinary studies after reconstructing it towards phenomena studies. Phenomena studies are going to free us from being enslaved to the market, as disciplinary studies are largely in our time, and they are more strategic for the sake of the Ummah dealing with the positive phenomena in a way of improving them, developing them, and dealing with the negative phenomena in a way of combating the negative elements. And therefore, if I look at the purpose of the Tafsir al-Maqasidi as a network of maqasid, then this network are all of this, sectional, methodological, and thematic maqasid. If I start with the sectional maqasid of the entire Quran, I mentioned Iman wal Hidayah wal Qist wal Indar wal Bushra wal Salam wal Ilm, and so forth. All of these meanings are intersecting with the sectional maqasids of groups of ayat. As I mentioned, At-Tawal wal Mi'in wal Mathani, Al-Qisar, the Dawati Alif Lam Mim, Al-Nadha'ir, Al-Azwaj, and so forth. All of these are prophetic divisions of groups of surah, and we have to look at that. Let's take some examples. If you look at Al-Baqarah, it is focusing on building the Muslim Ummah. It built the Muslim Ummah when it was revealed in Medina, ayah by ayah. It's a very long surah, but throughout the time in Medina, it was building the Ummah, the relationships with Ahl al-Kitab, the laws related to family, which is very important for the Ummah, laws related to war and peace, laws related to issues of food and conduct, what is haram and what is halal in what we do. The Surah Al-Baqarah is building a whole historical worldview from the time of Adam to the time of the children of Israel and what happened, and Ibrahim, and building the Kaaba. And it deals with issues of debt versus riba, usury. It deals of issues of marriage versus zina. It deals of issue of eating something that is good and healthy versus eating al-khaba'ith, something that is harmful and evil, etc. Building the Muslim Ummah. And Al Imran is actually dealing with the relationship with the people of the book. And therefore, Al-Baqarah and Al Imran have a common theme, or common purpose, to build the Muslim Ummah during the prophetic mission of the Prophet ﷺ and until the Day of Judgment. The An-Nisa wal-Ma'idah, the societal reconstruction of the Ummah as individuals, families, communities, and countries through a distinctive system of values and legal rulings, and so forth. If you continue your journey with the groups of surah and look what I humbly have presented in Tafsir al-Maqasidi, you will see that every group of surah has a general theme, and then every one surah from the threads of maqasid in the surah. If I combine everything that I have studied in the surah, I'm not claiming that this is the only tafsir or ta'wil, but I'm claiming that if you look at the Surah Al-Baqarah from the Ummah's perspective, you will see that Surah Al-Baqarah is aiming at rebuilding the Ummah. Now, here is the framework and the 7-element worldview that is proposed in the Maqasid methodology. The objectives here is to achieve the objectives, correct the concepts, classify the groups, align with universal laws, realize values, establish proofs, and follow commands. And to give you a practical example, if I take Surah Al-Baqarah, for example, like that, Alif Lam Mim, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابِ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ هُدًى لِلْمُتَّقِينَ, etc. Then I start to build that framework. I start to build a worldview by looking at the concepts. ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابِ, a book, is a concept, and then Hudan is a maqsid, a guidance, and therefore maqasidiyya, purposefulness, is a hujjah or a proof. Al-Muttaqeen is the heedful. Now this is a group or a fi'ah. Al-Iman, الذين يؤمنون بالغيب, that is qima. ويقيمون الصلاة. But of course there is Tawheed, يؤمنون in what? يؤمنون in Tawheed Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then as-salah, al-ghaib, is the unseen. As-salah is a command, and as-salah is a concept. Al-musallun, those who pray, are alladhina. Allah said, this is a group now that He is classifying, subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَيُقِيمُونَ الصَّلَاةَ مَا رَزَقْنَاهُمْ, providence, rizq. It's connected to so much in the Quran, but then you can start to put it in that chart in order to start to build an Islamic worldview. الإنفاق في سبيل الله, المنفقون, those who spend, الإنفاق as a قيمة as well as a value, الوحي, والذين يؤمنون بما أنزل إليك, so it was revealed to you, الوحي, which is in the title of our conference, وبالآخرة, afterlife, هم يوقنون, you put it here, أولئك على هدى من ربهم وأولئك هم المفلحون. Then charity is means to providence and success. الإنفاق وسيلة للرزق والفلاح. المؤمنون الكفار, ومن الناس من يقول آمنا بالله وما هم بمؤمنين. There is مؤمنون and there is كفار, and there is the sound heart is a condition for benefiting from the Quran, and now there is hearing. And talking about the hypocrites, if we move on with the ayat, they say we believe, but they are not believers, therefore they are hypocrites, and so on and so forth. If we go all the way to ayah 177, we will see that the chart is enlarging. Al-bir, al-sabr, al-sidq, and so on. And Rahma, we start to see taqwa, we start to see many things that the surah is building. And then we can start to see the relationships between these elements, between the objectives and the values, between the values and the universal laws, between the commands and the groups. And then we are going to start to build threads of purpose, to build a system of purposes. شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات, and then talk about the Hajj and talk about the money. And then we can start to build a network of التقوى as an objective connected to so much in the surah and connected to so much in the other surahs. We can start to build a network around the heart and al-fu'ad, which is the inner heart, al-qalb and al-fu'ad. What actions does it have? What covers it? What's inside it? What is the nature of the heart? Al-falah, success as an objective. And we can start to build a framework for family law. We took a sub-network of this network for the family law. We took another sub-network for Tawhidullah al-Aqidah, took another sub-network for the financial issues. We took another sub-network for the issues related to youth and psychology and so forth. And therefore, you start to lay the foundation for the establishment of the Islamic community to assure leadership of humanity in the way of the prophets. If you move on to the 7 surahs, and then Al-Mi'in, Yunus, Hud, Yusuf, Al-Ra'd, Ibrahim, Al-Hijr, Al-Nahl, and these are the objectives. This is a long book, as I mentioned, 8 volumes of about 6,500 pages or so. That took quite some time to detail. Alhamdulillah, I had the space and the time with the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to write about the maqsid of each and every surah and each and every ayah all the way. Now, the ayat versus the ayah before and the ayah after versus the ayah similar in the same surah versus an ayah similar to the ayah in a different surah. What is the ayah that is pivotal in the surah? From my perspective, of course, this is all fiqh. It's all could be right and wrong, but there is a ijtihad. There is just putting an effort in trying to see that. If you look at the paragraphs, a story is a paragraph, a simile or a method is a paragraph, a topic or a mawdu' is a paragraph, an oath is a paragraph, etc. Then we take the paragraph of the oath and try to see what is the maqsood. Why is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala giving that oath? Because obviously the topic is very important. But why is this topic particularly important in the context of the surah, etc.? The maqasid of the different sentences. Why is this brief and this is very long? Why is this connected to this with wa or and versus connecting with aw or versus not connecting with the previous sentence, but there is an iltifat or a diversion from one topic to another topic, from speaking to one person to speaking to a group, from speaking to the children of Israel to speaking to the believers, from speaking to the children of Adam to speaking to al-jinn, etc. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has so much of these varieties in this incredible book. And if we look at why and ask why, then we are going to start to have the maqasid of the sentences and study the intricacies of that, maqasid of the words and the qira'at, the anomalous qira'at that are not proven by at-tawatur or the most famous narrations are not qira'at. We're not supposed to read Quran like that. But if they are hadith sahih, if they are sahih as a hadith, we consider them to be hadith, not to be Quran. And that is one of the rules that I followed. There is nothing non-Arabic in the Quran, including the names that were Aramaic originally, like Maryam and Isa, including the names that were from different languages that were daughters of the Arabic, like Akkadian, like Ibrahim. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Arabized the names. But other than that, there is nothing non-Arabic on the Quran. Everything is Arabic, and the letters and sounds are Arabic. And this is a chart of the meanings of sounds. And if we compound the sounds, we have the words. This is the Arabic, and it is the mother of all languages because no other language has this feature. This is the feature that was in the mother of all languages. And as languages developed, they lost these sounds features and the rasm features, the drawing of the letters, and they lost many of the features of the original Arabic. But alhamdulillah, the original Arabic has been renewed by Ismail. So said Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and therefore the Quran is revealed with Al-Arabiyyatul Mubayyana, the clear Arabic, which is the language of Ismail. Long stories, but alhamdulillah that the sections of the Quran would allow us to build that network. What do we do with that network? We're going to reconstruct the hegemonic systems, and we are going to take a methodology, as I mentioned, that has its own logic, the logic of purposeful connectivity. I detail that in some other lectures and books that you could go and read, inshallah. But this is not about objectivism or subjectivism, rationality, or epistemological boundaries or disciplines or literal. I don't agree actually from a Quranic perspective with any of these terms. These are not Islamic terms. The Islamic term is to connect as-sila. وَيَقْطَعُونَ مَا أَمَرَ اللَّهُ بِهِ أَن يُوصَلْ. It is mischief to cut what Allah asked us to connect, and it is reform and rectification to connect. And when you connect, you look at the purpose. That is the Quranic logic that we come from, that will give us a future orientation, a critical orientation, and a holistic orientation. And therefore, knowledge will be based on the Wahy. The revelation will be our source of knowledge. And the basic knowledge is purposeful connectivity. And the conceptualizations are based on the Arabic logic of the Quran. And therefore, that is how we can deal with reality, whether redefining the past, the Islamic history, assessing the lived reality, or envisioning the future. That's how we deal with the scholarship in its scope. And that is how every scholar is a mujtahid, not just in the fiqhi sense, not in the jurist sense, but an architect could be a mujtahid, a linguist could be a mujtahid in Islam, a medical doctor, physician could be a mujtahid, a psychologist could be a mujtahid, someone who is dealing with the society, social studies could be a mujtahid, etc. And therefore, the outcomes are not only rules of haram and wajib, but also the formative principles that we mentioned in the Maqasid methodology. This will move us from apologism to genuineness, from partialism to holism, from blind imitation to fresh thinking, from contradiction to integration. And this will allow these 7 elements to reshape our approach, so we can start with the purpose, do cycles of reflections in the Quran and Sunnah, go to the framework, and then we can do the critical studies, and hence we come up with the formative theories and principles. This Tafsir Maqasidi, I just wanted to give an introduction to in the time allowed in this keynote speech. I thought that this introduction and referring you to the book, the Maqasid Institute, would refer you to the courses offered on this course, Maqasid Institute for the Studies of the Quran, MISC, or Maqasid Institute Global, would refer you to more material and in English and Arabic on this tafsir. I just thought I would give you an introduction on it and what it's trying to achieve in this mission of Maqasid Al-Wahy and shaping the future of interdisciplinary scientific research. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to guide us and forgive us. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward everyone who's involved in this great initiative. وجزاكم الله خيرا وبارك الله فيكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jazakallahu khairan to Professor Jasser Auda, who already give us very comprehensive insight and also informations about the introductions of his new book for the Tafsir Maqasidi. And I just saw also in the Zoom chat box that all of the participants already asking a lot of questions. And please do not worry that we will pass all these questions to Professor Jasser Auda. So he will reply, and then we will post it in our Research Synergy Foundation's community platforms. So you may also check on the website, and also you may check on the community platforms to see the answer from Professor Jasser Auda. And also in here in the Zoom chat box also, thank you for sharing, Dr. Ildus, the book of the previous book from the Professor Jasser Auda regarding the re-envisioning the Islamic scholarship through the Maqasid methodology as a new approach. So you may freely download it and also refer it during your research also. Thank you so much for sharing, Dr. Ildus. And yes, we will pass all the questions to Professor Jasser Auda. So thank you so much for your active participations in the first sessions of the keynote speaker from Professor Jasser Auda. And now we would like to continue to our next agenda, to the next keynote speaker. So the committee can help in sharing the screen again. All right, so Alhamdulillah that right now in the Zoom, we already have Professor Dr. Hazizan Muhammad Noon as the Dean of the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, or ISTAC-IIUM. So Assalamualaikum, Professor Hazizan.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you
Alhamdulillah
very
for
much.
being here with us today. But before you start to delivering the keynote speech, Prof, allow me to read your profile first.
But before that, can I check?
Yeah.
I find that the background seems to be
It's okay. It's
from
perfect.
that side. All right.
Yes, it's
Thank you very
perfect.
much.
All right. Thank you,
Thanks.
Prof. All right. So dear all ladies and gentlemen of the second MAFIS, so it is a great honor to have Professor Dr. Hazizan Muhammad Noon, which is currently served as the Dean of the ISTAC-IIUM, and also embodying a rare synthesis. He is embodying a rare synthesis of the intellectual rigor and civilization vision. So he is a scholar of sociology, deeply rooted in the study of development, religion, and also the Islamization of knowledge. And his work reflects a lifelong engagement with the question of how society evolved in harmony. All right, so Professor Hazizan, so without further ado, I will give the time and also the floor, the Zoom, to you, Professor Hazizan, to deliver the keynote speaker on the second MAFIS. Please welcome Professor Hazizan.
Thank you very much, Sister MC or Chairperson. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri. Wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Subhanaka la ilma lana إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you once again, Mr. Santi Rahmawati. Let me try to organize myself. After listening to a very brilliant presentation by our guru of Maqasid, Professor Dr. Jasser Auda. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers led by Maqasid Institute and others for organizing this very important conference. This is the second conference, and I believe looking at what it progresses, I believe the future is that in the hand of those who are serious about talking about Maqasid and translating Maqasid principles in practice. Also, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to be part of the conference as one of the keynote speakers. Obviously, I feel very small and humbled by this invitation, and I hope to be able to share some of my modest thought before the learned audience, and I feel humble because of my limited knowledge in this particular area, particularly in the presence of the experts and the guru of Maqasid. I certainly place myself as a student of Maqasid and would like to be learning more about this. Despite my fear of participating in this great conference, I find that this opportunity is also the venue and platform for us to learn. And this is particularly motivated by some words from our professor himself. Maybe I can quote here. He says that these are according to intents. This is in his book, Re-Envisioning Islamic Scholarship. Of course, this is hadith. And when commenting on this, he says that to direct one's intent is basically to get a purpose or qasd or maqsid that one decides in his heart. So I have decided, I have the intention of participating for learning more about this. The professor also says that the purpose of all purposes, this is on page 100 of his book. This is his book. Let me share with you the unique moment that I have. When I check back, actually I received this book from the professor himself. Happened to be on 26th of August 2025, which is today. Actually 1 year exactly. And I received this from him in his room. I went to visit him after 1 month or so joining this institute. And I saw him and he wrote here, to Dean, brother, Professor Azizan, with warm regards of dua. MashaAllah. So I'm privileged not only to meet him, but also to receive the book from him directly. So he says that the purpose of all purposes is the worship of Allah. Given the Islamic worldview and a lack of realizing it in many existing institutions, another subsequent purpose is to describe the components of this worldview in a comprehensive way and attempt to integrate them in a systematic framework related to the scope of the study. So these are a few quotations that I have been able to take from his own work that motivate me to participate in this. Now let me continue with the presentation. Of course, now we are coming to putting Maqasid in the way that we see possible, given our own reality, academic reality, and also geographical reality, and so on. I choose to talk about regrounding sociology in revelation, Tawhidic epistemology, and the operationalization of Maqasid Al-Wahy for social research. In addition to being the Dean of ISTAC, or International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, I have been with this university for over 40 years, serving the university and currently working as a lecturer at the Department of Sociology and Anthropology. So my coming to this institute is only to serve as an administrator, that is academic administrator. If I don't have time later, please remind me when time is up. I will just be content with what I give here on one page of the slide, what I call the gist. So this gist containing 4 statements summarizes the entire presentation that I have in mind. So I will stop at whatever point if the time does not permit me to continue. Let me begin by saying this, the first statement, that is, modern sociology emerged within an intellectual milieu shaped by secularism, positivism, and the progressive separation of knowledge from metaphysical and revelational foundations. While sociological inquiry has generated valuable insights into social structures, institutions, and human behavior, its dominant paradigms remain constrained by assumptions that reduce religion to a social variable and exclude revelation as a legitimate source of knowledge. So this paper, this presentation, I have intention of developing it as a paper now in this draft. So this presentation argues for a regrounding of sociology in revelation through a Tawhidic epistemological framework and the operationalization of Maqasid Al-Wahy as an analytical and evaluative framework for social research, drawing upon the Islamic worldview. The study proposes that revelation, reason, empirical observation, and fitrah constitute an integrated hierarchy of source of knowledge. So of course, we can view these 4 categories of sources of knowledge in different way, one of which is perhaps by viewing it as an integrated hierarchy of the source. So my presentation will examine the implications of Tawhidic epistemology for ontology, methodology, and research ethics, and advances Maqasid Al-Wahy beyond its conventional legal application towards a broader framework for understanding society, civilization, and human flourishing. So we have heard our professor mention about going beyond what we have already understood regarding Maqasid, including the classical classification of Maqasid. Of course, it serves its own purpose, but there are also areas which we need to explore as well, and they are to be explored within our context. So this study further develops a conceptual model linking revelation, worldview, research design, and empirical investigation. It concludes that a Tawhidic Maqasid approach enables a sociology that is empirical without positivism, normative without ideological reductionism, and transformative without sacrificing methodological rigor. So yes, the element of scientificness are there, in the social studies, but if they are reduced to positivism, naturally that will be a problem that we are facing. So basically, if we can focus on these four statements, that will basically be the gist of the entire presentation today. So I will then look at these several aspects of my presentation, beginning with introduction, critique of methodological secularism in sociology, Tawhidic epistemology as a foundation for sociology, from Maqasid al-Sharia to Maqasid al-Wahy, or Maqasid al-Wahy, operationalizing Maqasid al-Wahy for social research, a Tawhidic Maqasid framework for sociological research, applications in sociological research, decolonizing sociology through revelation, and finally, challenges and considerations. I believe if time is not enough, then not all of these topics will be touched. And I will come to the conclusion. Let me now move on to the next the next part of my presentation based on this slide. Today's social sciences emerge within the intellectual conditions of European modernity. As a consequence, many foundational assumptions embedded within contemporary sociology reflect secular understandings of reality, knowledge, and human existence. Classical sociological thinkers such as Auguste Comte, Emile Durkheim, Karl Marx, and Max Weber sought to explain social order, social change, and human behavior primarily through naturalistic and historical processes. Although differing substantially in theory and method, these traditions share a common tendency to situate social reality within an immanent framework that excludes divine revelation from scientific explanation. The rise of modern sociology coincided with the broader processes of secularization that reposition religion from a source of truth to an object of investigation. Consequently, sociology largely developed as a discipline concerned with understanding religion rather than learning from revelation. So religion has become an object of study rather than the source of knowledge. Religion became a dependent variable, a cultural institution, or a social mechanism rather than a source of authoritative knowledge about society itself. This intellectual orientation presents a significant challenge from an Islamic perspective. Islam does not recognize an absolute separation between sacred and secular domains of knowledge. Rather, revelation constitutes a central source of guidance for understanding both human nature and social order. Within the Islamic tradition, knowledge is ultimately rooted in divine truth and oriented toward the realization of justice, human flourishing, and civilizational balance. So this presentation argues that sociology requires epistemic regrounding within a Tawhidic framework that recognizes revelation as a legitimate source of knowledge and guidance. Such regrounding does not imply rejection of empirical methods or sociological investigation. Rather, it seeks to situate these methods within a broader epistemological structure informed by Tawhid, that is the principle of divine unity. Building upon this foundation, This paper proposes the operationalization of Maqasid Al-Wahy as a framework for social research. While the discourse of Maqasid has often been confined to jurisprudence, this presentation argues that the objectives of revelation possess broader significance for social analysis, policy evaluation, and civilizational development. Through integrating Tawhidic epistemology and Maqasid al-Wahy, sociology can become a discipline that not only describes society, but also contributes to its ethical transformation. Next, let us look at the critique of methodological secularism. One of the central assumptions within modern sociology is the ideal of value neutrality. Researchers are expected to remain detached observers who analyze social phenomena without normative commitments. While methodological rigor and objectivity remain important, complete value neutrality is largely unattainable. Research questions, conceptual categories, interpretations, and policy recommendations inevitably reflect underlying assumptions concerning what matters, what constitutes knowledge, and what goals are desirable. The claim of neutrality often conceals implicit secular values that shape research agenda. Individual autonomy, economic productivity, material development, and social efficacy frequently function as normative commitments, despite being presented as objective criteria. A Tawhidic perspective exposes the myth of neutrality by affirming that all scholarship operates within a worldview. So the question is not whether research contains values, but whether those values are consciously acknowledged and ethically grounded. Second, classical sociology frequently interpreted religion as a social phenomenon rather than a source of truth. Durkheim understands religion as an expression of collective consciousness. Marx viewed religion as an ideological instrument shaped by material relations. Weber assessed religion primarily through its social consequences for economic and cultural behavior. Although these perspectives contributed valuable insights, they generally reduced transcendence to human processes. Religion became something explained rather than something capable of explaining. A Tawhidic sociology reverses this direction. Revelation becomes a legitimate lens through which social realities are interpreted and understood. Third, reintegrating meaning and purpose. Modern sociology often struggles to address questions concerning ultimate purpose, moral direction, and civilizational goals. It can describe social systems in sophisticated detail while remaining silent regarding whether these systems promote justice or human flourishing. A revelation-grounded sociology addresses this limitation by reconnecting sociological inquiry with questions of purpose and ethical responsibility. Number 4, within positivist tradition, researchers are often portrayed as detached observers. A Tawhidic paradigm instead recognizes researchers as moral agents accountable before God. Research becomes an act of stewardness and worship or ibadah. Knowledge production carries ethical responsibilities that extend beyond professional standards. The several principles become foundational. Number one, truthfulness or sidq. Research must seek truth rather than support ideological agendas or institutional interests. Second, trustworthiness, amanah. Researchers have obligations toward participants, communities, and society. Third, justice or adl. Research should contribute towards fairness, dignity, and social balance. And fourth, excellence or ihsan. Scholarly work should aspire towards the highest standards of rigor and intellectual integrity. These principles transform research from a technical exercise into a morally accountable endeavor. Now, Tawhidic epistemology as a foundation for sociology. This one may describe a little bit as to the difference between secular approach to knowledge and sciences and reality, where the foundation is either absent or they are of different kind, secularism, for example. Whereas in Islamic, from the Islamic perspective, it starts with Tawhid, belief in the oneness of God, and with all its implication on methodology, and subsequently on the way we look at the rest, including when we classify knowledge, for example, religious or traditional sciences, rational and secular sciences, as have been widely propagated. But from the Tawhidic points of view, whatever classification that we have attempted is not for the purpose of the ultimate, serving the ultimate purpose of that, but they are only for ease of understanding. Ultimately, all sciences serve the same source of the sciences, that is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Tawhid is commonly understood as the affirmation of God's absolute unity. However, Tawhid also possesses profound epistemological implications. It establishes the unity of truth, coherence of reality, and the integration of all forms of authentic knowledge. In the Tawhidic worldview, truth cannot be fragmented into autonomous domains that operate independently of divine wisdom. Since all creation originates from a single creator, reality is fundamentally interconnected and purposive. Consequently, knowledge about society, nature, and humanity forms part of a unified understanding of existence. The contemporary fragmentation of knowledge has contributed to disciplinary isolation, methodological reductionism, and the separation of facts from values. A Tawhidic epistemology challenges these tendencies by re-establishing coherence between metaphysical principles and empirical inquiry. Knowledge is therefore not merely the accumulation of data, but the pursuit of understanding that leads to recognition of divine wisdom and ethical responsibility. Islamic epistemology recognizes multiple sources of knowledge operating within a coherent hierarchy. The first is revelation or Al-Wahy. Revelation constitutes the highest source of knowledge because it originates from the divine. The Quran provides foundational insights concerning human nature, social relations, justice, morality, and civilizational development. Revelation establishes the normative framework within which other forms of knowledge operate. Second, reason or al-aql. Human reason serves as a crucial instrument for interpretation, analysis, and reflection. The Quran repeatedly calls upon individuals to think, ponder, and understand. Reason enables the translation of revelational guidance into conceptual frameworks applicable to changing circumstances. The third, empirical observation. Observation and experience provide knowledge of social realities and historical processes. The Quran encourages investigation of the natural and social worlds, making empirical inquiry an integral part or component of Islamic scholarship. And finally, fitrah. Fitrah refers to humanity's innate disposition toward truth and recognition of divine reality. It functions as an internal compass that complements revelation, reason, and experience. Together, these sources form an integrated epistemological framework that avoids both empiricism without transcendence and spirituality without evidence. So these are what I have mentioned just now. Now, from Maqasid al-Sharia to Maqasid al-Wahy. Expanding the scope of Maqasid. The concept of Maqasid al-Shara, this is from my own understanding. The concept of Maqasid al-Sharia traditionally refers to the objectives and wisdom underlying Islamic law. Classical scholars emphasize the preservation of religion, life, intellect, lineage, and property. While highly influential, this framework is often viewed primarily within legal discourse. Contemporary challenges, however, require broader applications, extending into social science, governance, education, economics, and civilizational studies. Maqasid al-Wahy represents an expanded perspective that focuses on the overarching purposes of divine revelation itself. Rather than limiting Maqasid to legal rulings, this approach seeks to understand revelation as guidance for the flourishing of individuals, societies, humanity, and civilization. Maqasid al-Wahy may be defined as the higher objectives, purposes, and intended outcomes of divine revelation in human life and society. These objectives include, number one, establishment of justice or adl, protection of human dignity or karamah, realization of mercy, rahmah, promotion of wisdom, hikmah, development of moral character, akhlaq, cultivation of trust and social solidarity, achievement of civilizational balance, mizan, and facilitation of human flourishing, sa'ada, among others. These goals provide a normative framework through which social realities can be examined. Now let us look at how this may be explained in terms of implementing the principles of Maqasid here. One of the most significant challenges facing Islamic social science is translating normative ideals into researchable concepts. Operationalization involves transforming abstract principles into measurable indicators. because at the end of the day, people also would like to see how this is quote unquote measurable to a certain extent. Take, for example, the concept of justice, adl. Now, justice may be explored through indicators such as institutional transparency, levels of corruption, legal accessibility, public trust in governance, equity in resource distribution. So that is why when we talk about the specific tools and mechanism used for measuring certain things, they are not necessarily not useful, but they are connected to the higher level of purpose, except that they become more specific because they need to be dealing with a specific case in reality. So these indicators enable empirical investigation while remaining connected to revelational objectives. The second, human dignity or karama. Human dignity can be examined through treatment of marginalized communities, labor conditions, access to education and healthcare, social inclusion, human rights protection. So the objective is not merely statistical measurement, but evaluation in light of Maqasid framework. Moral flourishing. Moral development can be investigated through family stability, community engagement, trust, relationship. Let me try to put the. Sorry, this is about to run out of the power. Yeah, the battery is weak. Okay, moral flourishing, moral development can be investigated through family stability, community engagement, trust relationship, ethical leadership, and civic responsibility. Such indicators extend beyond conventional sociological measures that focus primarily on economic outcomes. So there are other aspects that need to be taken when we talk about moral development. The fourth one is social cohesion. Indicators may include social trust, community participation, volunteerism, intergroup cooperation, conflict resolution mechanisms. These dimensions reflect the revelational emphasis on brotherhood, solidarity, and mutual responsibility. And finally, number 5, civilizational balance or mizan. Balance may be assessed through environmental sustainability, economic equity, urban development patterns, cultural preservation, social well-being, among others. This broader perspective avoids reduction of development to GDP growth alone. So this is the summary of what I mentioned just now. So I put it for a while so that you can see the summary of this. Now, we move to the 7-stage processes architecture. Tawhidic framework for sociological research. The integration of Tawhidic epistemology and Maqasid Al-Wahy may be expressed through a multi-stage framework. Perhaps this is the tentative way of looking at it. Number 1 is revelation. The research process begins with revelational principles concerning human beings, society, morality, and purpose. That is stage 1. Stage 1, where we refer to the primary source revelation. Stage 2, from the revelation, we have Tawhidic worldview. Revelational insights are interpreted within a worldview that affirms divine unity and coherence of reality. And number 3, or stage 3, Maqasid Al-Wahy. Normative objectives are identified as guiding principles for inquiry. Stage 4, sociological conceptualization. Research concepts and variables are developed in light of Maqasid objective. Stage 5, empirical investigation. Qualitative and quantitative methods are employed to examine social realities, as defined earlier. Stage 6, ethical interpretation. Findings are analyzed according to revelational purposes and ethical implications. And stage 7, social transformation. Research contributes to reform or Islah, policy guidance, and civilizational renewal. This framework enables the incorporation of contemporary research methods while preserving epistemological coherence. So I will skip the application in sociological research. I do not know what is the, let me see the time now. Do I
Yes.
still have time?
Yes, Prof. We still have the times.
Okay,
So perhaps,
I can continue.
yes, you can continue perhaps to 5 to maximum 10 minutes
All
because
right.
we have also received many questions in the Zoom chat box, Prof. So later on we
Okay.
can address some questions. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much. So let me continue with this. In terms of application in sociological research, take, for example, sociology of inequality. Conventional sociology often examines inequality in terms of class, power, and resource distribution. Of course, as mentioned earlier, there is no problem with knowing class, power, and resource distribution from the purely scientific way. But a Maqasid Al-Wahy approach broadens the analysis by considering whether social systems uphold dignity, justice, and moral responsibility. Structural inequalities are evaluated not only for efficiency, but also for their conformity with revelational objectives. Second, family and socialization. Modern societies face increasing challenges related to family fragmentation, loneliness, and declining social trust. Tawhidic sociology treats the family as a moral institution central to character formation, social cohesion, and intergenerational continuity. Research thus explores family dynamics, not merely as social patterns, but as foundation of civilizational well-being. Now, it is more related to our time, digital culture. Digital technologies profoundly influence communication, identity, and social relationships. A Maqasid framework provides criteria for assessing whether technological systems promote human dignity, truthful communication, and moral flourishing, or contribute to alienation, manipulation, and social fragmentation. Another example is development studies. Traditional development models frequently prioritize economic growth. A Tawhidic Maqasid perspective advocates multidimensional indicators encompassing spiritual well-being, ethical production, social cohesion, environmental balance, and justice. Development is viewed as comprehensive human flourishing rather than material expansion alone. Now, we look at the decolonizing sociology through revelation. Calls for decolonization have become increasingly prominent within contemporary academia. Much of this discourse critiques the universalization of Western theories and methodologies. While valuable, decolonization efforts sometimes remain confined within secular frameworks. They challenge Eurocentrism without addressing the deeper question of transcendence. A revelation-centered approach offers a more profound epistemic alternative. Rather than merely replacing one human-centered paradigm with another, it reorients knowledge towards divine guidance. This does not entail rejection of sociological theories or empirical methods. Instead, it requires critical engagement, selective appropriation, and integration within a Tawhidic framework. Such an approach promotes intellectual independence without methodological isolation. Now, challenges and consideration. I would like to go back to this one. How is this posing certain risks? Several challenges accompany the development of a Tawhidic sociology. Though we talk about Tawhidic sociology or revelation-based sociology or human science, there could be challenges that we have to face. First, there is a risk of reductionism, whereby maqasid become simplistic slogans, disconnected from rigorous scholarship. I think this is the fear that we have, of course, particularly at the beginning and also in the midst of the progress of the mechanism for implementing Maqasid principles. Second, researchers may impose preconceived conclusions rather than conducting genuine inquiry. So we recognize this possibility. Third, operational indications must be carefully designed to avoid superficial measurement of complex moral concepts. And fourth, interdisciplinary collaboration is necessary because the operationalization of maqasid requires expertise in Islamic studies, social sciences like sociology, psychology, economics, and policy analysis. Addressing these challenges demands robust methodological standards and continuous scholarly engagement. Many questions are still unanswered, and we don't have answers sometimes at this stage. So, in conclusion, the intellectual foundation of modern sociology have been shaped by largely by the secular assumptions that marginalize a revelation as a source of knowledge. While contemporary sociological methods provide valuable tools for understanding society, their underlying epistemological limitations necessitate critical re-examination from an Islamic perspective. This presentation has argued that Tawhidic epistemology offers a comprehensive foundation for sociological inquiry by integrating revelation, reason, empirical observation, and fitrah within a coherent hierarchy of knowledge. Such an approach overcomes the fragmentation characteristic of modern knowledge system and restores the connection between facts, values, and purpose. Building upon this foundation, this presentation proposed the operationalization of Maqasid Al-Wahy as a framework for social research. Moving beyond a narrowly legal understanding of Maqasid, the presentation highlights how revelation's higher objectives may inform conceptualization, measurement, interpretation, and evaluation within social sciences, in this case, sociology. The resulting Tawhidic Maqasid framework enables a form of sociology that is empirically informed, ethically anchored, and civilizationally oriented. Rather than merely describing social realities, it seeks to contribute to justice, human dignity, moral flourishing, and societal reform. Ultimately, without Maqasid al-Wahy, sociology may succeed in explaining society. With Maqasid al-Wahy, sociology gains the capacity not only to understand society, but also to guide its renewal in accordance with the divine wisdom and human flourishing. So this is my modest presentation, very outlined, very broad, and I hope to explore more later, particularly in the light of the presence of Professor Jasir at ISTAC, where I can often see him whenever I would like to get clarification and guidance from him. With that, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Hazizan, for sharing your insight and also your expertise about the Tawhidic epistemology and also the operationalizations of the Maqasid Al-Wahy for social research. So now actually we have received many questions, Prof, in the Zoom chat box. All right. So do you mind that we can stop the share for a while so we can go with the question and answer from the audience, right?
Sure, yes.
All right. So we go for
Should I stop sharing now?
Yeah,
Or-
it's already
All
stopped.
right, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we go to the first question, Prof. Hazizan.
Yeah.
So we have received actually many questions. Let me select first. All right. So this is also the question is actually broad enough, but perhaps this is also the question that is going to be asked by the others young researcher, Prof. So the questions is actually coming from our colleague, from our brother, Muhammad Imran. So what are the primary challenges that young researchers face when trying to operationalize the principle of the Maqasid Al-Wahy in the contemporary Western-dominated social research methodology, Prof?
So would you like to have some more question first, and then later I will respond? Or
Just one by one first.
all right.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I hope I can understand the question correctly. If not, then please correct me. Actually, the challenges are not only for young researchers, even though the senior researchers as well, because age is not a guarantee for us to have a full and correct understanding of certain idea, certain concept, or certain issue. So I don't consider myself to be, for example, at this age, 66 years old. I mean, my knowledge is also 66 years old, no, because maybe I have been only exposed to the Maqasid approach only the last few years. So it become young in that sense. So yes, I have already outlined some of the challenges just now. I think that would be the formal answer to not only the young researchers, but also the other researchers, particularly while we have a very genuine and ideal ambition to achieve, where at certain stage we can already talk about quote unquote Islamic social sciences, where what we call Islamic sociology, for example, is already based on Maqasid. But the reality is that in the case of sociology and also other other social sciences, most of the or all of the modern social sciences that we are learning in the institutions are basically grounded in certain worldview and epistemologies. And for that to be able to be addressed by us with this Maqasid mindset, it will certainly be challenging. First, we have to understand the discipline itself, modern sociology. Second, we have to understand Islam. Yeah, so that, and then our level of understanding also varies. Some have very deep understanding of religion and shallow understanding of the modern science, and vice versa. Some may not have an idea about both. So challenges in this context would be related to also not only the nature of social sciences, but also the level of knowledge that we have. In my class, Islamic Perspective of Sociology and Anthropology, I introduced one manageable way of addressing this. That is, instead of the full reconstruction of modern sociology, we need to be equipped with first Islamic worldview. Because Islamic worldview provides a provide broad framework for us. It is broad enough for us to at least see things from the perspective of revelation. For example, one component of Islamic worldview is the way we see reality. Although we are living in the same reality, but we are not seeing that reality in the same way. So for Muslims, they see the existence in two ways. Number one is the existence of the Creator. That is the absolute existence. The existence of Allah without the beginning, without the end, without end and without beginning. But there is another existence, the existence that is made to exist by Allah, by God. And this is subjective, including ourselves. So therefore, the way we understand the reality should be taking into account this perspective where we are created. We don't exist naturally like that. Whereas the other theory may have different understanding of how reality exists. So that alone, the fundamental understanding about the concept of reality form core and broad perspective about reality, and that will guide us, that will trigger us to see in our process of research in that light, in the light of God, Khaliq and Makhluk relationship, the creator-creatures relationship. So I think that is the, and then there are many challenges out of this, of course, which is not the place for us to discuss. Yeah. Sorry, I take a long time to explain that.
It's okay. Thank you so much, Prof. And yes, I think it is also answering the questions that already being asked. So now we go to the next question, Prof. So the question is coming from the Atia. So the question is, given that classical sociology positions religion merely as an object to be explained due to European secularizations, so how can we operationalize Maqasid methodologies to reconstruct a new framework where divine revelation serves as an authoritative source of knowledge in modern social science?
Okay, I think I can answer this at length. I can also answer this in half a second. Half the second is, please refer to this book by that Professor Jesse Auda. To me, as a beginner of Maqasid, I certainly need time to understand some of this, which might be very basic to Professor Jasir, is very complex to me as well. But I can see the most important thing is that to see the rationale behind proposing the Maqasid approach or the broader perspective that we take, putting the end to deal with the present. What is the goal in dealing with the present? I think that is now. So there is no shortcut to address the complex issue, particularly when modern secular Western social sciences have been well grounded and become dominant in today's world. So I'm afraid that the short answer will only create confusion. But I guess with the effort taken by Maqasid Institute to continuously build the network of scholars to come together, moving forward in identifying what are the issues that we need to address and how can we address some of this, as I mentioned just now, of course, require people of various expertise. We are not only talking about implementation of Maqasid principle by relying on the experts of Maqasid alone. Those who are experts in Maqasid also need people from other disciplines to address this. So in this context, I strongly believe that there are many questions which we are still grappling to answer. And in fact, many questions are not do not have answer yet. It may be coming sometime in the future, but the thing that we have to do is we have to be continuous in engaging with the discourse. So at the level of the institute here, International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, and also International Islamic University Malaysia, I have proposed a platform, intellectual platform, permanent intellectual platform, for us to continuously engage with discourses on how we can address emerging issues that emerge, that crop up from time to time. Even if we don't have answer, but we need to develop answer. And in order to develop answers, we have to have a permanent platform. Now, in the context of International Islamic University, I take the privilege of introducing this as well to the international audience. I propose in 2023 the evolution or the establishment of what I call the Gombak Integrated School of Thought in Social Sciences, or in short, GIST, GISTS. Now, of course, we can use other terms, but given the experience of International Islamic University, or the experiment that the International Islamic University has done for over 40 decades, or for 40 years, I think it is only time that the philosophy of the university, which is well cherished, to be reformulated in such a way to be shared with the international audience. We are all talking with the same language, though we may not have, or we are talking about the same thing, though we are using the different languages. But why not we come together to address this? So this is on the part of our institution, trying to establish permanent platform for scholars and researchers to continuously engage in discourses about issues pertaining to, in our case, we call it Islamization of knowledge. That basically how we relate religion to knowledge, to sciences, to education, and to the other issues that crop up in society. I think that is my response. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prof. And also giving the informations about the Gombak Integrated School of Thought in Social Science. And I also just check it on the website of the IIUM. So perhaps if you want to give more information to all of the audience, you may also share the link, Prof, in the Zoom chat box later on after your keynote speech, so they may refer on to that link. All right. And then we can address one more question, Prof.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
we can address one more questions. And this is related with the current conditions, we can say, related with the technology, although this is not directly to the particularly related to your topic, but I think it still has the connections. So it's coming from our colleague, Junef Ismailianto. So the question is, what about a robust Maqasidi framework to address situation where AI is no longer merely a data processor, but an autonomous generator of inferences that shape human belief or etiquette or perceptions of the reality? So what about the AI sovereignty and also as a means of protecting the community's resources and information sovereignty from technological dependency? I think it's also related with our society and community, Prof. Please. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is one example of the challenge or challenges that we are facing, the emergence of what we call today AI. Now, in very short time, AI has dominated our life. Now, like any other new inventions, or anything that takes place or developed or created or invented, they don't take place without any purpose. So I see anything as a makhluk or creation. Al-asbab maybe coming from the people invent, and they are capable of inventing because Allah has created man with such potentials for them to utilize. And utilization of the intellectual capacity has led to the invention of many things, including AI. Now, like any other inventions, if we are to view from the Islamic perspective, so long as we don't take them as goal, but we use them as means, then that should be the broadest guiding principle that we should subscribe to. But of course, saying it in the general manner would also require us to develop more specific guidelines for the use of AI. I believe the emergence of AI-related tools and also technologies has forced the institutions concerned with ethics and morality to also develop their own policy guidelines and also the guidelines in using this for academic purpose, for non-academic purposes, and so on. So I think the right mindset in the use of anything that comes, regardless of whether they are AI or whatever, call it, it's up to us. But when we are having the correct mindset and correct view of things, then I think the names of the new inventions or even the new inventions do not matter. Do not matter. Just like people used to give an example of a knife. A knife can be used for bad purpose and also for good purpose. It depends on the user of that. So if that analogy can be taken as appropriate, then we can simply say that AI can be used for the negative or for the good and also for the bad. So people with right mind will certainly use this according to what they believe. And in the context of Muslims, of course, we have superb enough sufficient guiding principles from the Quran to be used for guiding us in dealing with AI or any other inventions for that matter. Wallahu a'lam bisawab. Thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah, jazakallahu khairan, Professor Hazizan,
Afwan.
already here with us and also having a discussion and answering all the questions. Although this is not the all questions being answered, Prof. However,
Okay, thank
due to the
you.
time limitation, so later on we will send you an email and then we will post the answer in our community platform, Prof. Hazizan. So everyone can revert on that, on your answer, and also if needed further discussion, certainly the committee will contact you also. Thank you so much once again,
Thank you very much,
Professor Hazizan.
thank you
And
very much.
by that, we can conclude our keynote speaker sessions in the first day of the second MAFIS, or the second international conference on the Maqasid Al-Wahy and the future of the interdisciplinary scientific research. We already hear the very valuable knowledge from the Professor Jasir Auda and also from the Professor Hazizan. And now I will give again the floor and also the time to our MC, Miss Vina. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, Waalaikumsalam wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Nanti, for bringing us the keynote speaker session. So for now, as a recognition and appreciation from the second MAFIS committee, we would like to present or give a token of appreciation to our keynote speakers. So please welcome Dr. Ildus Rafikov from Maqasid Institute to present a token of appreciation to our keynote speakers, to Professor Dr. Hazizan Muhammad Noon and Professor Dr. Jasir Auda.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, of course, thank you to both of you, Prof. Hazizan. It's a pleasure to be meeting you here virtually. It's a pleasure to be interacting, communicating, and collaborating with the institute, which I'm a graduate of. And it's a really something very close to my heart. And Malaysia, of course, will remain as as my second home, where I really lived for many years, and I have very fond, beautiful memories. Thank you very much, Prof. Hazizan, for participating and delivering the keynote speech.
Thank you very much.
We do hope for more collaboration in the future, inshallah. Thank you.
Inshallah. Thank you very much. Can I leave now?
And Prof.
Yes.
And to Prof. Jasir, of course, he's our teacher, also as our guru, as Prof. Hazizan mentioned. Really, I think we are learning a lot from Professor Jasir. But I always appreciate his words regarding being critical. Come to his work with criticism, with the constructive criticism, with an open mind. He is also a person. He is also just like any one of us, although he is a scholar of that figure. But then, it's the scholarship is open for all of us, and everything that he writes, everything that we write, or anyone in the scholarship, we have to be critical and understand where the person is coming from. All right, thank you, Prof. Jasir, and we hope to be continually learning from you, inshallah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you once again to Dr. Ildus Rafikov and also to our keynote speakers, Prof. Jasir Auda and also Prof. Hazizan Muhammad Noon. So for the next, token of appreciation, we would like also to give a token of appreciation to our moderator for today for the insightful guidance and also successfully moderating the keynote speaker session. Please, I would like to welcome again Dr. Ildus Rafikov to present the token of appreciation to the moderator.
Ms. Santi, the appreciation is long and, subhanAllah, everything that you do and like you personally and also your team are really excellent job. Thank you for everything that you do and all the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ildus, and also for these great collaborations. And of course, looking forward for upcoming collaborations. Thank you so much.
Okay, so once again, thank you very much to Ms. Santi and also Dr. Ildus Rafikov. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of the second MAFIS, as we already learned from our keynote speakers, right now we are going to have a lunch break first, and after that we will have the academic parallel online presentation session. So we'll have 2 rooms in this main room and 1 breakout room. So right now we are going to have a lunch break first from 11:40 to 12:30, and after that we will gather again in the same Zoom link to learn from the academic online presentation session in the main room and also breakout room. So once again, thank you very much for being with us, and see you again in around 1 hour. And we will gather again to have discussion in the academic online presentation session. See you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. At the Maqasid Institute, we believe that the revelation, the Quran, and the Sunnah hold the key to understanding our world, each other, and our role in it. Our motto is revelation-driven life, learning, and leadership. We seek and share the wisdom of the revelation through a cycle of research, education, and action. We focus on how the revelation speaks to each and everyone, how it guides us to understand who we are, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala meant for us to be connected with His creations, to be interdependent and to thrive together, and to build a just, peaceful, and compassionate world. The Maqasid Institute is an independent, non-profit education and research organization registered in the US. We operate through the Maqasid network, which brings together and synergizes the efforts of researchers, professionals, and partner organizations globally. Join our efforts and connect with us today. Barakallahu feekum. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We believe that everyone should have equal access to learn, share their knowledge, and enhance their research capabilities. Enhancement, empowerment, creating impact and value are the most needed aspects that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have Scholarvein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team. One of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. Scholarvein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. Scholarvein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All in one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
Reviewer Track is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe,
with whom we partnered to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the projects under Reviewer Track. We also provide reviewer workshops and training, annual reviewers recognition event, and many more. As a result, Reviewer Track represents our dedication to uphold scientific integrity.
Research Synergy Institute is committed to being your research learning partner by providing some learning programs such as online lecturing session, as expert forum, as editor forum, global research ecosystem network group, RSF Research Academy, scientific and academic writing e-coaching clinic series toward publication in reputable indexed journal. Research Synergy Institutes provide the most needed research learning topics, cutting-edge research tools, and expert opinion from different backgrounds to put a global perspective for all researchers and scholars.
Research Synergy Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
increasing diversity and resulting in good quality of scientific research for all researchers, professionals, and academicians through a standardized scientific process.
We help you to manage international journals to global standards. You can even publish your scientific work in our journals conference proceedings, and books. And now, Research Synergy Press publishes more than dozens of international journals, conference proceeding series, and single conference proceeding. Empowerment and encouragement are the two keywords that drive our social programs for leveraging the impact, such as Conference Grant, International Service Program, Paper Writing Collaboration, Connecting Research Parties or Stakeholder Gathering, the Annual Social Entrepreneurship Challenge, Shared Value Co-Creation Programs. We believe that every individual, organizations, and research community has the same opportunity to share the value of creating an impactful program together with us.
As a social enterprise, our aim is to provide a good research ecosystem and platform for researchers to share, discuss, and disseminate their ideas. In addition, it helps you to improve your research and contribute to the knowledge. Therefore, creating social impact and value is our priority. On the other hand, you can collaborate with us to our worldwide scholars and initiate betterments
for the academic,
society, and humanity.
The agent of change.
Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem is the perfect combination among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners. We embrace all of our members to lend in hand, take action for a better society, and grow together with the Research Synergy Foundation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. At the Maqasid Institute, we believe that the revelation, the Quran, and the Sunnah hold the key to understanding our world, each other, and our role in it. Our motto is revelation-driven life, learning, and leadership. We seek and share the wisdom of the revelation through a cycle of research, education, and action. We focus on how the revelation speaks to each and everyone, how it guides us to understand who we are, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala meant for us to be connected with His creations, to be interdependent and to thrive together, and to build a just, peaceful, and compassionate world. The Maqasid Institute is an independent, non-profit education and research organization registered in the US. We operate through the Maqasid network, which brings together and synergizes the efforts of researchers, professionals, and partner organizations globally. Join our efforts and connect with us today. Barakallahu feekum. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We believe that everyone should have equal access to learn, share their knowledge, and enhance their research capabilities. Enhancement, empowerment, creating impact and value are the most needed aspects that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have Scholarvein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team, one of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. Scholarvein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. Scholarvein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All-in-one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
Reviewer Track is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe,
with whom we partner to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the projects under reviewer track. We also provide reviewer workshops and training, annual reviewers recognition event, and many more. As a result, reviewer track represents our dedication to uphold scientific integrity.
Research Synergy Institute is committed to being your research learning partner by providing some learning programs such as online lecturing session, as expert forum, as editor forum, global research ecosystem network group, RSF Research Academy, scientific and academic writing, e-coaching clinic series toward publication in reputable indexed journal. Research Synergy Institutes provide the most needed research learning topics, cutting-edge research tools, and expert opinion from different backgrounds to put a global perspective for all researchers and scholars.
Research Synergy Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
increasing diversity and resulting in good quality of scientific research for all researchers, professionals, and academicians through a standardized scientific process.
We help you to manage international journals to global standards. You can even publish your scientific work in our journals, conference proceedings, and books. And now, Research Synergy Press publishes more than dozens of international journals, conference proceeding series, and single conference proceeding. Empowerment and encouragement are the two keywords that drive our social programs for leveraging the impact, such as Conference Grant, International Service Program, Paper Writing Collaboration, Connecting Research Parties or Stakeholder Gathering, the Annual Social Entrepreneurship Challenge, Shared Value Co-Creation Programs. We believe that every individual, organizations, and research community has the same opportunity to share the value of creating an impactful program together with us.
As a social enterprise, our aim is to provide a good research ecosystem and platform for researchers to share, discuss, and disseminate their ideas. In addition, it helps you to improve your research and contribute to the knowledge. Therefore, creating social impact and value is our priority. On the other hand, you can collaborate with us to our worldwide scholars and initiate betterments
for the academic,
society, and humanity.
The agent of change.
Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem is the perfect combination among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners. We embrace all of our members to lend in hand, take action for a better society, and grow together with the Research Synergy Foundation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. At the Maqasid Institute, we believe that the revelation, the Quran, and the Sunnah hold the key to understanding our world, each other, and our role in it. Our motto is revelation-driven life, learning, and leadership. We seek and share the wisdom of the revelation through a cycle of research, education, and action. We focus on how the revelation speaks to each and every one, how it guides us to understand who we are, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala meant for us to be connected with His creations, to be interdependent and to thrive together, and to build a just, peaceful, and compassionate world. The Maqasid Institute is an independent, non-profit education and research organization registered in the US. We operate through the Maqasid network, which brings together and synergizes the efforts of researchers, professionals, and partner organizations globally. Join our efforts and connect with us today. Barakallahu feekum. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We believe that everyone should have equal access to learn, share their knowledge, and enhance their research capabilities. Enhancement, empowerment, creating impact, and value are the most needed aspects that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have Scholarvein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team, one of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. Scholarvein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. Scholarvein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All-in-one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
Reviewer Track is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe,
with whom we partner to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the projects under reviewer track. We also provide reviewer workshops and training, annual reviewers recognition event, and many more. As a result, Reviewer track represents our dedication to uphold scientific integrity.
Research-Negi Institute is committed to being your research learning partner by providing some learning programs such as online lecturing session, as expert forum, as editor forum, global research ecosystem network group, RSF Research Academy, scientific and academic writing e-coaching clinic series toward publication in reputable indexed journal. Research-Negi Institutes provide the most needed research learning topics, cutting-edge research tools, and expert opinion from different backgrounds to put a global perspective for all researchers and scholars.
Research Synergy Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
increasing diversity and resulting in good quality of scientific research for all researchers, professionals, and academicians through a standardized scientific process.
We help you to manage international journals to global standards. You can even publish your scientific work in our journals, conference proceedings, and books. And now, Research Synergy Press publishes more than dozens of international journals, conference proceeding series, and single conference proceeding. Empowerment and encouragement are the two keywords that drive our social programs for leveraging the impact, such as Conference Grant, International Service Program, Paper Writing Collaboration, Connecting Research Parties or Stakeholder Gathering, the Annual Social Entrepreneurship Challenge, Shared Value Co-Creation Programs. We believe that every individual, organizations, and research community has the same opportunity to share the value of creating an impactful program together with us.
As a social enterprise, our aim is to provide a good research ecosystem and platform for researchers to share, discuss, and disseminate their ideas. In addition, it helps you to improve your research and contribute to the knowledge. Therefore, creating social impact and value is our priority. On the other hand, you can collaborate with us to our worldwide scholars and initiate betterments
for the academic,
society, and humanity.
agent of change.
Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem is the perfect combination among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners. We embrace all of our members to lend in hand, take action for a better society, and grow together with the Research Synergy Foundation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. At the Maqasid Institute, we believe that the revelation, the Quran, and the Sunnah hold the key to understanding our world, each other, and our role in it. Our motto is revelation-driven life, learning, and leadership. We seek and share the wisdom of the revelation through a cycle of research, education, and action. We focus on how the revelation speaks to each and everyone, how it guides us to understand who we are, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala meant for us to be connected with His creations, to be interdependent and to thrive together, and to build a just, peaceful, and compassionate world. The Maqasid Institute is an independent, non-profit education and research organization registered in the US. We operate through the Maqasid network, which brings together and synergizes the efforts of researchers, professionals, and partner organizations globally. Join our efforts and connect with us today. Barakallahu feekum. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We believe that everyone should have equal access to learn, share their knowledge, and enhance their research capabilities. Enhancement, empowerment, creating impact, and value are the most needed aspects that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have Scholarvein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team, one of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. Scholarvein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. Scholarvein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All-in-one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
Reviewer Track is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe,
with whom we partner to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the projects under reviewer track. We also provide reviewer workshops and training, annual reviewers recognition event, and many more. As a result, reviewer track represents our dedication to uphold scientific integrity.
Research-Negi Institute is committed to being your research learning partner by providing some learning programs such as online lecturing session, as expert forum, as editor forum, global research ecosystem network group, RSF Research Academy, scientific and academic writing e-coaching clinic series toward publication in reputable indexed journal. Research-Negi Institutes provide the most needed research learning topics, cutting-edge research tools, and expert opinion from different backgrounds to put a global perspective for all researchers and scholars.
Research-Negi Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
increasing diversity and resulting in good quality of scientific research for all researchers, professionals, and academicians through a standardized scientific process.
We help you to manage international journals to global standards. You can even publish your scientific work in our journals, conference proceedings, and books. And now, Research Synergy Press publishes more than dozens of international journals, conference proceeding series, and single conference proceeding. Empowerment and encouragement are the two keywords that drive our social programs for leveraging the impact, such as Conference Grant, International Service Program, Paper Writing Collaboration, Connecting Research Parties or Stakeholder Gathering, the Annual Social Entrepreneurship Challenge, Shared Value Co-Creation Programs. We believe that every individual, organizations, and research community has the same opportunity to share the value of creating an impactful program together with us.
As a social enterprise, our aim is to provide a good research ecosystem and platform for researchers to share, discuss, and disseminate their ideas. In addition, it helps you to improve your research and contribute to the knowledge. Therefore, creating social impact and value is our priority. On the other hand, you can collaborate with us to our worldwide scholars and initiate betterments
for the academic,
society, and humanity.
The agent of change.
Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem is the perfect combination among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners. We embrace all of our members to lend in hand, take action for a better society, and grow together with the Research Synergy Foundation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. At the Maqasid Institute, we believe that the revelation, the Quran and the Sunnah hold the key to understanding our world, each other, and our role in it. Our motto is revelation-driven life, learning, and leadership. We seek and share the wisdom of the revelation through a cycle of research, education, and action. We focus on how the revelation speaks to each and everyone, how it guides us to understand who we are, how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala meant for us to be connected with His creations, to be interdependent and to thrive together, and to build a just, peaceful, and compassionate world. The Maqasid Institute is an independent, non-profit education and research organization registered in the US. We operate through the Maqasid network, which brings together and synergizes the efforts of researchers, professionals, and partner organizations globally. Join our efforts and connect with us today. Barakallahu feekum. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We believe that everyone should have equal access to learn, share their knowledge, and enhance their research capabilities. Enhancement, empowerment, creating impact, and value are the most needed aspects that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have Scholarvein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team, one of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. Scholarvein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. Scholarvein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All-in-one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
Reviewer Track is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe,
with whom we partner to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the
for all researchers and scholars.
Research Synergy Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
increasing diversity and resulting in good quality of scientific research for all researchers, professionals, and academicians through a standardized scientific process.
We help you to manage international journals to global standards. You can even publish your scientific work in our journals, conference proceedings, and books. And now, Research Synergy Press publishes more than dozens of international journals, conference proceeding series, and single conference proceeding. Empowerment and encouragement are the two keywords that drive our social programs for leveraging the impact, such as Conference Grant, International Service Program, Paper Writing Collaboration, Connecting Research Parties or Stakeholder Gathering, the Annual Social Entrepreneurship Challenge, Shared Value Co-Creation Programs. We believe that every individual, organizations, and research community has the same opportunity to share the value of creating an impactful program together with us.
As a social enterprise, our aim is to provide a good research ecosystem and platform for researchers to share, discuss, and disseminate their ideas. In addition, it helps you to improve your research and contribute to the knowledge. Therefore, creating social impact and value is our priority. On the other hand, you can collaborate with us to our worldwide scholars and initiate betterments
for the academic,
society, and humanity.
The agent of change.
Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem is the perfect combination among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners. We embrace all of our members to lend in hand, take action for a better society, and grow together with the Research Synergy Foundation.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so you may follow this instruction to join the breakout room. You can select this breakout room by clicking the menu of breakout room in the below control of your Zoom, and you can join there. And perhaps you can also check the conference program from the conference material to see what are the tracks that are in the room. So for the committee, please, you may open the breakout room. All right, so meanwhile, on this main room, we will have an academic online presentation session. Next, please. Yeah, so moving on to the academic virtual presentation session, particularly explores the integration of Islamic knowledge, Maqasid-oriented perspective, contemporary social issues, and interdisciplinary approaches to human and community development. Beyond academia, she is actively engaged in Islamic scholarly and community institutions, reflecting her commitment to advancing Islamic knowledge, academic excellence, and transformative service to the society. So before, once again, I would like to say thank you first On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for Dr. Badra's support in this conference and for being with us today. So from now onwards, I will pass the session to be led by you, Doctor. So now the time is yours to chair the session. Please welcome Dr. Badra Uyuni.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala, la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Thank you very much to our PIC and the organizing committee, distinguished scholars, respected presenters, colleagues, and participants from different countries. Good afternoon from Jakarta. It is a great pleasure and an honor for me to chair this season of the second International Conference on Maqasid Al-Wahy and the future of interdisciplinary scientific research. My name is Dr. Badra Uyuni from Universitas Islam Asyafiyah, Indonesia. Today, we will have 8 presentations covering 4 important areas: Islamic education, Quranic studies, Islamic law, and Islamic studies. Although the papers come from different disciplines, I believe that they are connected by one important intellectual question. How can revelation move from text and theory into knowledge, education, human transformation, and solutions for contemporary society? For me, Islamic scholarship should not stop at asking, what does revelation say? We should also ask, what does revelation seek to transform? And finally, how can that transformation become meaningful in our educational, social, legal, and intellectual realities? I hope that our session today will therefore become not only a presentation of research findings, but also a meaningful intellectual conversation. Okay, before we begin, allow me to briefly remind everyone about the session format. Each presenter, we have 8 presenters here, will have approximately 10 minutes for the presentation, followed by approximately 5 minutes for question and discussion. I kindly encourage all presenters to keep to the allocated time so that every presenter receives an equal opportunity. Participants are welcome to write their questions in the Zoom chat box or just raise their hand. Then after each presentation, we'll directly have a short discussion before moving to the next presenter. So now let us begin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Presenter 1, Miss Heba Abdul Jawad. Okay.
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Okay, our first presenter is Hiba Abdul Jawad from the Maqasid Institute. Waalaikumsalam. She will present her paper entitled Toward Proposed Criteria for Evaluating the Consistency of the General Education Educational Objectives of Curricula with the Quranic Approach. The study addresses a fundamental question in Islamic education, right? So, Ms. Heba Abdul Jawad, the floor is yours.
Okay. My presentation is on the screen now.
Yeah, you may continue. You are from
Okay.
Maqasid Institute, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You see my presentation now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. My name is Hiba Abdul Jawad from Maqasid Institute. First, I want to thank the organizers of the second MAFIS conference for the great opportunity to present my research today. I also thank the session chair and all of you for joining. I will present a study that asks a simple question. How can we check in a practical way whether the general objectives of our curricula truly reflect the Quranic approach, not just quote a verse on the cover page, but build the objectives from it. Let me start with the problem. Around the world, curricula keep growing. New content, new digital tools, new ways to measure results. But all this growth does not answer one deeper question. What is education actually for? In our own Muslim contexts, this gap becomes sharper. Malakawi in 2020 shows that the trend towards so-called global education often pushes religion aside as source of values. The result is familiar to many of us. Quranic values appear as nice words on the first page of a curriculum document, but they are not really shaping its objectives. The main question guiding this study is what normative framework can we propose to evaluate the consistency of general educational objectives with the Quranic approach? Two other questions support this. First, what is the network of Quranic meanings connected to learning, thinking, and human nature? Second, what criteria can we propose to guide that evaluation? To build this framework, I start with three scholars from the same current in modern Islamic thought, a current that first saw the Quran itself as a methodology. They use the term al-manhaj al-Qur'ani. Al-Wahy, Abu al-Fadl, and Haj Hamad. From their work, I draw the four foundations you will see next. Also, Jasser Ouda then builds on this same current, but with a fresh, renewing view in his own book. Two of his points stand out. First, he does not accept the old view of two readings, al-qira'atayn, one to read the Quran and one to read the world around us. Instead, he sees just one reading with one methodology for both. Second, he does not see religious knowledge and worldly knowledge as two separate. These divisions are not Islamic at all. For him, the original and divided view of religion already covers every part of human life, knowledge and practice together with no split. Four foundations that repeat across all of them. First, the centrality of Tawheed. Second, integrative construction. Third, comprehensiveness. And four, teleological thinking. These four foundations become the organizing lens for everything that follows. I use directly qualitative content analysis. I followed three pathways in the Quran: verses on the root alima, meaning knowledge; verses on specific act of thinking, like tafakkur, tadabbur, and tabayyun; verses describing human nature, like ajula, kafura. For every verse, I followed the same four steps. First, identify the verse. Second, read its meaning through work of Tafsir, Al-Tabari, Ibn Kathir, Al-Qurtubi, and Ibn Ashur. Third, draw out its educational meaning. And fourth, state that meaning as part of matching criterion. This four-step chain keeps the method carefully and fair. Also stops from reading the text in a random way or putting anything in random way. This process produced 11 criteria in total, which I group into three clusters. The first is about knowledge and self, connecting knowledge to Allah, building understanding and thinking, forming a clear self and word concept, independence, not simply copying others without checking, and not following hawa, اتباع الهوى, The second is about engaging reality, linking theory to practice, learning within society, facing our human weaknesses by merging Islamic values in the general objectives, and continuous self-assessment, which is really al-tazkiyah in the Quranic word. The third moves outward to the cosmos and civilization, understanding divine laws, as-sunan al-kawniyya, and realizing our role in constructing the civilization, إعمار الأرض, and so on. Let me give you one example. Criterion 1, within the first pathway, the opening revelation, establishes that the very source of knowledge is Allah. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. And this connects to tazkiyah. The two are never named apart from each other across the Quran. ويزكيهم ويعلمهم الكتاب والحكمة. This criterion calls for three concrete things. First, that knowledge itself works as a way of reasoning toward Allah, deepening the learner's bond with Him. Second, that this brings a real feeling, not just cold facts in the mind. And third, that the learner come to understand his own place and role in the cosmos. And this must show up as clear, visible objectives, not just nice sounding words in a curriculum's opening page. This is exactly what Al-Kilani meant in 1986. Also, if we need to speak about what does this study actually add, three things this study adds. First, there is already a lot of good theory in Islamic education. Writing what was missing was the next step, turning the theory into clear, checkable criteria we can really use. Second, the 11 criteria are not just a list, they work together as one whole. They move from the person and the mind to society to the wider world, following the same shape as the Quranic approach itself. Third, this is an early framework. It is open for experts to test, and it can grow into practical tools for real educational curriculum. In short, we move from theory. In short, we move from theory to practical, real education. Okay, now this study has real limits. First, the scholars I used all come from the school that they first used the term the Quranic approach, al-Manhaj al-Qurani itself. If someone used a different term like Quranic vision or Quranic perspective, they may still read some of the same scholars, but they may need to add other scholars to that list too. This is not really a weakness in the choice. It is simply what the term itself points to. Second, this framework has not yet been tried on real school curricula. Third, the 11 criteria are still written in words, not yet turned into numbers we can measure. Given these elements, practically it would help to exercise collective ijtihad by bringing together specialists in tafsir, in curriculum and instruction, in educational psychology, and in curriculum evaluation to test this work. This study offers 11 criteria built from their three Quranic pathways for one single aim: Quranic educational objectives that are truly lived in our classrooms, not only quoted on our document. شكرا جزيلا وجزاكم الله خيرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ms. Heba, for this thoughtful presentation. I find your attempt to translate Quranic signification into 11 evaluative educational criteria particularly interesting. You're moving Islamic educational discourse from philosophical foundation towards something that can potentially be applied in actual curriculum evaluation. Okay, before I raise my question, I invite questions from the audience, please, the guests. Please feel free to raise your hand or write your question in the chat box for our beloved presenter. Okay, okay. There is a question from Mr. Muhammad Imran. Do you want to raise by yourself or okay? I will read it for you. Respected Ms. Hiba Abdul Jawad, as you mentioned that the 11 criteria are currently qualitative. What practical challenges do you foresee when trying to convert these indicators into measurable quantitative scales for curriculum evaluation? Thank you. Yeah. You may answer the question, Ms. Hiba.
Okay, thank you for your question. If I understand your question, I think no challenge here, but I think it needs another study, because if we need to work in a quantitative method and test this criteria, we need to do something else to make it like something like rubric. You know the rubric. Rubric needs also a test from experts to transfer these criteria to numbers, so it makes the study very big. This is the challenge here. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. Is there any other question for Ms. Heba? Yeah, Mr. Muhammad Atif, do you want to ask some question for Ms. Heba? No? Okay. Ms. Heba, I would also like to raise one methodological question. You have moved from Quranic verses to educational inferences and finally to evaluative criteria. My question is, how can we ensure that this process does not become too dependent on the interpretation of the researcher? It means that how can these 11 criteria be made reliable when they are applied to an actual curriculum?
I think this is the two questions in the, yes,
how we implement it. Yes,
maybe
please.
this the two questions
The last one.
again, the last one.
The last one.
Question again.
Okay, let me read what you have mentioned before. Be made reliable when they are applied to an actual curriculum. How is the example? For example, that you have mentioned 11,
yes,
right?
okay,
Then
okay.
how we apply it in our curriculum?
Okay,
Can
as
you hear
know,
my voice? Yes.
yes.
Okay, thank you, please.
Okay, as you know, any curriculum contains the objectives, outcomes, instructions, the strategies, activities, assessment tools. So here we start only on the general objectives. You know, the general objectives is something the umbrella of any curriculum. It is not the specific outcomes for the units or the lessons. So how we will work, how these criteria work in any curriculum. If you see any curriculum, you will take this philosophy of the curriculum, the general objectives, maybe they are 4 or 5 objectives, and see these 11 criteria. One of these criteria, for example, is the curriculum. If it's the curriculum about science or mathematics or social studies, one criteria says that the objective of any curriculum should containing Islamic values, like any akhlaq that solve the human description in the Quran. You know, the Quran describe the insan in ajula, kafura, what else, halua. So if we talk about social studies and one units or 2 units about the human behaviors. So it should be the curriculum contains something about how the learner be shakura lillah subhanahu wa ta'ala about the al-kawn and what he learned from al-kawn. In addition of all of the objective of the certain curriculum, if it's social studies or science or everything else. I don't know if my language explained the question or not. If someone يعني need me to explain in Arabic, no problem if we have time.
Yeah, you may add some in Arabic, but little bit because there are so many question or also,
Oh.
but we have limited time. You may explain more in Arabic, please. Miss Heba?
Okay, okay. The same question in Arabic. أي منهج تعليمي يحتوي على عدد من المكونات. أحد هذه المكونات الأهداف العامة, which mean in English general objectives. دائما ما نتحدث عنه خارج هذا الإطار أن يتكون المنهج من أهداف المادة فقط. إذا كان المنهج يتحدث عن العلوم فهو مقرراته أهدافه حول العلوم فقط, النباتات والحيوانات والخلايا وجسم الإنسان وخواص المادة, ولكنه لا يتضمن ما يوحي أن هذا العلم لله سبحانه وتعالى, أو أن هذا المنهج قد يتحقق منه أيضا أن يتعلم الإنسان الشكر لله سبحانه وتعالى حتى نعالج أحوال الإنسان التي ذكرها القرآن في ذكرها القرآن. وبالتالي كيف تعمل هذه المعايير؟ أن يتم عرض أهداف المنهج على هذه المعايير 11 والتي تحاول أن تضع بعض ما يجب أن يتضمنه المنهج من أهداف تتعلق بقراءتنا الصحيحة للمنهج القرآني. مثال أن يكون أحد هذه الأهداف أن يتعرف الطالب على الله سبحانه وتعالى من خلال هذه الظواهر الكونية إذا كان الدرس عن في الساينس. إذا كان هذا الشرح مناسب يعني.
نعم شكرا جزاكم الله خيرا كثيرا ما شاء الله. There are so many questions will be given, but I'm sorry, my dear colleagues, because the time is limited. So you may contact her directly to Miss Heba, because we have some
I will
remaining
add my
presenters.
email also.
So
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, inshallah for the second presenter, you may ask the question. Okay, Miss Hiba, thank you. I appreciate your explanation. I think this is particularly important because once of a Quranic framework becomes an evaluative instrument, methodological reliability becomes essential. Okay. At the same time, your research reminds us that Islamic education is not merely about transferring Islamic content. It is about forming the intellect, character, epistemic humility, and responsibility of the learner. Thank you very much. Now this is time for the next one. Thank you, Miss Heba. The next one will be the fifth one. Yeah, I'm sorry, the committee, because the fifth one, Sir Sheikh Tawhidul Islam, asking me the second one because he has an emergency. Is it possible? The committee number 5.
Yeah, we will shift the
to
fifth
number
presenter
5.
for the second
Yeah,
presenter.
Sheikh Islam.
Okay.
Sheikh Islam. Is it possible?
Yes, doctor.
Okay. Fine. Sheikh Islam, are you ready? Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay, we now continue with a fascinating study in Quranic hermeneutics. I invite Sheikh Islam to present his paper, How Does God Mean Through a Parable? rhetorical nazm, and philosophical maslahah as divergent epistemologies of divine bayan in Ottoman and Mughal Quranic hermeneutics. Yeah, this study compares different epistemological pathways in understanding how Quranic parables communicate divine meaning. Okay, Mr. Syed Islam, please proceed.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Sheikh Kutub Islam, and I'm completed my Islamic studies at University of Dhaka. I'm so much grateful to the conference organizing committee for allowing me to present my paper at the second slot because I have an accidental emergency. Thank you. And the title was previously was a little bit mouthful, so the revised title I proposed here is the figure and analogy, because the main concept I will deal in my paper is on tamsil, and tamsil is read and understood by both figure and analogy simultaneously by the two intellectual giants in Islamic history, which is from Ottoman Abu Saud and from the Mughal genre, the Shahriar Dehlavi. Now we'll move on to our deep dive into the main verse of our paper. First, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said in Surah Al-Baqarah at number 26 that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has stated a mosquito as a parable. So when a mosquito is stated as parable, and this is an interesting thing because how a parable convey the meanings is already a century-long contested idea. And afterwards, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said, "Yudillu bihi kathiran wa yahdi bihi kathiran," that understanding of the parable is itself may lead someone to astray, and conversely, in the same way, will lead someone to the hidayah. So even Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said that this parable will be understood differently for the different people. So the question is, the verb does not merely contain a parable when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said that yadribu masal. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also said that as this parable will lead different people to the different directions. So the main question would be, what kind of thing is parable or likeness, and what makes it meaning available, accessible to different genres of people? So from that perspective, the main word tamsil is read, is understood differently by Abu Saud and Shahriar Dehlavi. Abu Saud actually tried to theorize that tamsil is used here as a figure of speech. A figure of speech in a sense that it will ibraz al-ma'na al-maqsud fil ma'rid al-amr al-mashhud, meaning the bringing out of intended meaning in the dress of what is witnessed. You can take this example like this in a way that it's actually how to suit perfectly if you want to dress perfectly. So the rhetorical composition that Abu Saud is referring is actually how perfectly the composition would be understood, and the meaning would be dependent on that. But Shahriar Dehlavi actually has theorized a completely different way. He actually theorized that the tamsil used in the Quran at number 26 from Surah Al-Baqarah is used for tamsil surah bi surah fil illa jami'an baynahuma, meaning that the likening of one case to another through a ratio joining them. So he actually means that the very word and the very meaning of a specific word, how it is understood among the Arabs, this is from the qiyas, the shared meaning, the analogical meaning would be deployable instead of what Abu Saud has theorized earlier. So my probably interesting point, but the main juicy part of my paper would be in this slide, because both Abu Saud and Shahriar Dehlavi had shared enormously in their intellectual genre, because both of them are Hanafi in law. Both of them also shared mostly in their creedal position, because both of them are actually agreed on Tawhid al-Kayfiyya and Kalam Nafsi bil Qa'im, this theory, how God speaks and how the speech of God is understood. And both of them have made their work on Arabic on the same scripture, and for sure they are distinctively the main intellectual giant for their distinctive empires. So they are not marginal. So my question is, if both of them came from same backgrounds almost and act on same theological grounds, same usuli grounds, then why the result is consequentially different between these two intellectuals? Because previously we have developed a category that if the school of thought, creed, region, or period are almost identical, then the result of the fatwa would be identical. This is our common pre-assumption. My paper goes against this existing position. My paper clearly demonstrates that though they have a common share in school, creed, region, and period, but they come up with a completely different result. And how did they achieve the different divergent result while working on a shared ground that would deploy a new category that it is it's an intra-Hanafi differentiation, where on the same background, two divergent diversity is surely possible. And the next slide is, but the shared floor is not there, because both being Hanafi, both should use the Hanafi taxonomy of signification. Like in the same way, Abu Saud, while he is Hanafi, so he, as usually, deployed the classical Hanafi taxonomy of signification, like Arigaratun Nas, Isharatun Nas, Dalatun Nas, Ibtatun Nas. But the classical Hanafi position was against Mafhum al-Mukhalafa, because one thing doesn't convey the absence of another. This is the classical Hanafi position. While Shahul Dehlavi actually bypassed this Hanafi legal taxonomy of signification, and he actually deployed his own developed usul like Fahuwa Iktida Ima to make theorized the concept of tamsil, and he vehemently deployed that mafhum al-istisna, mafhum al-ghaya, mafhum al-adat. So the main point is that we are dealing not on a single verse, as they already differed on the position of methodology. So the complete understanding, complete interpretation will be different. So though we are now extrapolating on a very specific case, but inherently it actually directs us to how a distinctive mode of reading is possible within a shared school of thought, within a shared category. And the next slide is how Abu Saud actually tried to convey when he took his stand on the meaning of Darbul Masal. He actually makes it that Abu Saud actually made a contrary position to his earlier commentators of Al-Zamakhshari, who actually made this position that Darbul Masal, as he was Mutazili, so he actually made that Yudifu bi Kathira, and these dollar can't be ascribed to Zamakhshari, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But though the Baidawi didn't actually acknowledge this phrase, Abu Saud clearly acknowledged this and actually rephrased this in his own way, that it's more likely to fitting the case, not making the case. So its use in the case it applies to, and it's fitting to that case, not its making. And cases are like molds. He used the specific term qawalib, and parables are brought forward muntabitatan alayha. So meaning is constituted in the placing, how we feed, how we actually deploy the very rhetorical composition. From that perspective, the meaning will be deployed. So it actually makes us compelled to that the highest form of rhetorical poetry and the inimitability of a language is the main source of the verbal muscle. But and to do this position, Abu Saud actually brilliantly addressed what Mutazila had. Maybe he actually mismatched because he actually didn't address the yudilu bihi. So the Quran, when used the very word bihi, so it actually means that the causes are so much manifest. So because the verse already says bihi, once the cause is named in the wording, the verb cannot be a drop standing in for it. Bihi is a repeated word once would have sufficed. So the point that Abu Saud made here that وَجَعَلُوا مِنْ قَبْلِ إِسْنَادِ الْفِعْلِ إِلَى سَبَبِهِ يَأْبَهُ تَصْرِيبِ السَّبَبِ, as already it manifested by the preposition bihi. So the Zamakhshari, in a way, he tried to escape from that reality, for his critical position is not right there. That's a theological overturn by Abu Saud. Brilliantly, he actually deployed here. And the next slide, likeness belongs to inference, is the Shahawilah position. He actually deployed the two examples like how a chickpeas is comparable, is analogous to the wheat in the case of riba, will be in the same manner applicable in these positions, in these figures also, because he actually said that first of all, how the Arab was had understood the very meaning of the language would be the first principle. And he actually developed in his a separate chapter and called Alam al-Misal. Alam al-Misal, according to the Shahawilah, is a real, and meanings are embodied in bodies to be to them. Of reading such reports as mere figuration, he writes so much dangerously that I do not regard one who confines himself to that as among the people of truth, who actually don't acknowledge that the real referral meanings are existed in a complete position, in a complete composition. So that's the bold position of Shahawilah we have observed so far. So the main point and the main difference, if we want to differentiate between the position of Abu Saud and Shahawilah, is that while Abu Saud is actually trying to theorize that the parable are to be understood by the highest rhetorical forms, which has the inimitability of the Quran. But on the other hand, the Shahawilah actually trying to say that the parables of the Quran is to be understood in a like analogous way, like how the concept we have in our mind is actually analogous to the concept that Quran is prescribing. So and this is the process how we reach the end referral point of a meaning, because the meaning are existed in a complete composited form, in a real existential form. So it is not that we are either making or either fitting the meaning. Rather, it already existed in a full composite meaning forms. We are actually trying to get that. So that's a different nuances the Shahawilah had attributed here. And because a sub finding of the position of Shahawilah is that he actually made that because of his position that the language is already a full composite referral expression. So if a language can't be understood by the common shared understanding, fala ibrata bih. So the ilmul ma'ani will have no perceive is no account there, consequentially. Okay, and